करते हैं। कोई हाथ जोड़कर करता है तो कोई घुटने टेक कर, कोई सिर झुकाकर तो कोई आंखें मोड़ कर। तरीके भले अलग अलग हो सकते हैं पर फायदे सबके समान हैं। तो आइए आज के इस दिन की शुरुआत करते हैं मां शारदा को याद करके। Dear participants, please put your hands together for our vocalist Mr. Vicky Anand Pathak sir and Mr. Bhaskar Ranjan Dev sir.
या कुंदन सारे हारे घबरा या शुभ्र वस्त्र कविता हे शारदे मां, हे शारदे मां, हे शारदे मां, हे शारदे मां, अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे मां, अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे मां, हे शारदे मां, हे शारदे मां, हे शारदे मां, हे शारदे मां। तू स्वर की देवी है संगीत तुझसे, तू स्वर की देवी है संगीत तुझसे, हर शब्द तेरा है हर गीत तुझसे, हर शब्द तेरा है हर गीत तुझसे। हम हैं अकेले, हम हैं अधूरे, हम हैं अकेले, हम हैं अधूरे, अपनी शरण में हमें प्यार दे मां, अपनी शरण में हमें प्यार दे मां, हे शारदे मां, हे शारदे मां, हे शारदे मां, हे शारदे मां। मुनियों ने समझी है गुनियों ने जानी, वेदों की भाषा पुराणों की वाणी, मुनियों ने समझी है गुनियों ने जानी, वेदों की भाषा पुराणों की वाणी। हम भी तो समझे, हम भी तो जाने, हम भी तो समझे, हम भी तो जाने, विद्या का हमको भी अधिकार दे मां, विद्या का हमको भी अधिकार दे मां, हे शारदे मां, हे शारदे मां, हे शारदे मां, हे शारदे मां, अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे मां, अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे मां, हे शारदे मां, हे शारदे मां, हे शारदे मां, हे शारदे मां, हे
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। मैं आप सभी से अनुरोध करूंगी कि एक बार फिर से जोरदार तालियों के साथ भास्कर सर और विकी आनंद पाठक सर को स्वागत किया जाए। धन्यवाद। Suraj Sharma sir, a name itself is enough. Sir is the district coordinator of CBSE Training Affairs and CBSE City Coordinator. Sir, we are honored to have you here. We would be grateful if you could share a few words with us today. We would love to hear your thoughts on how we can create a more inclusive and learning environment for our students. Sir, please.
वक्रतुंड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभा निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देवा सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा. Hari Om to one and all present here. Good morning everybody. That's great. So the ambience is already set by Delhi Public School, Bokaro. First of all, I take this opportunity to thank the Center of Excellence, Patna, for having a number of training programs in the state, in the region itself. I would also like to thank the R.K. Sahodia School Complex, under whose banner we are conducting this in-house training session. Above all, I would like to thank the Principal Dr. A.S. Gangwar for giving us this venue and helping us out in carrying out this wonderful session which you are going to witness on National Curriculum Framework for School Education. And you will be having a wonderful resource person with whom I have taken a session in Cardinal School, Kargali, on the topic Ethics and Integrity. She is none other than the Vice Principal of the school, Mrs. Manisha Sharma. I'll request you to give her a big round of applause. Dear teachers of Bokaro district, the National Curriculum Framework for School Education, it's a benchmark which the CBSE is going to lay down in the time to come. Already we are doing most of the things which have been mentioned in the National Curriculum Framework. But the basic objective of this National Curriculum Framework is to impart holistic education. Now when I say holistic education, you need to ensure that the learners who are there in your school, the students who are there in your school, their overall development is very, very important. Cognitive development, social development, their development in terms of physical dimensions, all these are to be taken into account. Then the next objective which we talk about, that the education should be student-centric. As of now or earlier, we used to have teacher-centric. We used to go prepared in the class and we used to teach the children. Now onwards, it will be student-centric. You have to engage the students in such a way that the creativity in them emerges out. So this is the basic thing or the main change in the National Curriculum Framework. Then we have to lay foundation. At the foundation level, you need to ensure that the students are well developed literally and in terms of numeracy. That means you need to give them the Language part should be superb, and that will start at the foundation level. And the numeracy, the mathematical concept that needs to develop at the junior level. So that when these children, they grow up, they are already set to scale another level of excellence. So this is the main part of this. Then you need to instill in the children critical thinking, analytical way, by means of which they will develop their mindset and they can lead in this 21st century right from the front. Inclusive learning is also one of the biggest aspects. That means you cannot deny education to any category of children. You need to take care of the entire category of the students. That is the basic thing. Any child who is physically challenged, any child who is visually impaired, you cannot deny them. There is a law which has been made by the Government of India, Ministry of HRD, and that talks about the right to education to physically challenged students as per 2016. So if anybody comes to you and I want admission and I cannot, I'm mentally sick or I'm not able to have a normal set of life, you cannot deny. Even if the child fails, you need to have a different assessment policy to promote the child. So these are the basic requirements. Then the digitalization. You need to have a high-tech school where the hybrid mode of learning is to be inculcated. And in order to have such infrastructure, such facilities, such parameters on which the school will excel, and the students, they will be getting the education that needs to be taken care of. For that, you teachers are very, very vital in this national education framework. So for you, a number of capacity building programs are conducted so that you are upgraded. When you are upgraded, probably you will carry them to your schools and you will take them to your classes where the children definitely, they will be learning and they will be developing themselves into a beautiful human beings. So this is the mark of National Curriculum Framework for School Education, and that is what Madam is going to take for today, and she'll be delivering you the best of what she can, and I'm sure the sessions and everything will be marvelous. I thank all the people who are involved in this particular program, in the inaugural session, for the beautiful song and all the arrangements. Madam, who was anchoring here and giving us the feel, the environment which has already set. So thank you so much. I believe you will have a wonderful session. You will have a great learning today and you will carry them back to the school and implement them. Thanks a lot. God bless each one of you. Thank you.
Child has a right to education, even the physically challenged child also. जिनके हाथ ना हो वो दिव्यांग, और जो हाथ गलत रास्ते पर चले वो विकलांग। जिनके पाँव ना हो वो दिव्यांग, बट जो पैर रहते हुए भी गलत रास्ते को चुने वो विकलांग। तो सारे बच्चों को, सभी को पढ़ाई का और शिक्षा का अधिकार है। Dear participants, it's my pleasure to introduce you once again to the remarkable individual who exemplifies both beauty and intelligence. Please join me in welcoming today's resource person, Mrs. Manisha Sharma, Vice Principal BPS Bokaro, a true embodiment of the phrase beauty with brains. And I literally mean it. Her kindness and dedication make a positive impact on our school surrounding every day. Ma'am is more than just a pretty face. She is a shining example of intelligence and grace. Her brilliance shines through in everything she does, whether it's tackling problems or engaging in meaningful discussions. Please give a warm round of applause for Mrs. Manisha Sharma, the resource person for today's workshop. Ma'am, please. I request you to move for the further proceedings. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, Suman, for these kind words. I do not know whether they come up or not, but I'm really thankful to you. Thank you so much, sir, for starting and giving such a beautiful introduction of the National Curriculum Framework. And I hope we are all excited today now to see that what we are going to learn. As along with sir, we discussed some new topics should come up and something happening should come up. Not everything that we are talking about abstract, but something which is becoming very challenging for us that needs to come up. So we came up with the topic that is National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Till now we have been studying about foundational literacy, foundational education, but we thought what happens next after the foundation. So I am so thankful to you, sir, for giving me such a topic. I also learned when I prepared with it, and whatever I have learned, I am going to try to deliver, and we all are educators. So it's not me preaching or teaching each other. Your experience and my experience. Let's get together and see what best we can do for our students. Okay? Sir, with your permission, may I start? Thank you so much, sir. Okay. Now the first thing that comes in our mind, or when we go to a class, when the children sit in the class, the first thing that comes in the mind, why are we sitting here? Again, today it comes in the mind, it is a Sunday. आज संडे है, हम लोग यहाँ क्यों बैठे हैं? आज हमारा रेस्ट डे था, तो कुछ तो ऐसा होना चाहिए या होगा जिसलिए हमें आज आना पड़ा. Something should be there or must be there that on Sunday everybody has devoted their precious time and come up here. Here is what we are going to talk today about National Curriculum Framework. Why it had to be formed? इसको क्यों बनाना पड़ा? एजुकेशन तो यही चल रही है, बच्चे हैं, टीचर्स हैं, पर ये क्यों नेशनल करिकुलम फ्रेमवर्क बनाना पड़ा? हर चीज के सेट रूल्स होते हैं. देयर आर सम सेट रूल्स. In our country itself, how many boards do we have? Can anybody just let it be interactive? How many boards do we have? तो we can say जिसका हम लोग का CBSE बोर्ड. Yes. और कोई बोर्ड है? Okay. Approximately, can anybody tell me how many boards do we have in our school? In our country, how many boards are going? UP board, MP board, state boards we are having. How many boards are we having? Numbers. Can anybody? 3. It is more than 30. Absolutely correct. Yes, it is more than 30. Yes. Okay, so when we are saying 30 and our sir said 33, that means when a student is studying in different boards, एक कोई set rules तो चाहिए ना कि हर बच्चा सीखे और हम लोग हर चीज सिखाएं, सही से सिखाएं और एक जैसा सीखे. क्योंकि बोर्ड अलग है, अगर वो स्टेट बोर्ड से दे रहा है तो उसको शिक्षा पाने का उतना ही हक है. He also wants to learn जितना कि एक CBSE बोर्ड के वाले को है. इसीलिए that is why the reason that came up was National Curriculum Framework. Yes. So why are we talking about National Curriculum Framework? I'll just read it. A curriculum framework must support exactly that. It is a framework to help develop all the diverse curriculum, different boards that we are having in the country, while enabling consonances and harmony across the country and providing a basis for very two important words, quality and equality. That is why so many people sat together and they came up with National Curriculum Framework. Yes, and the beauty of this framework is that it talks about the education immediately after a child is born. It says from 0 to 3 years, they are going to give you a set of guidelines, and those guidelines will be given to the parents at home. That is how they are going to make the students ready for school. ऐसा नहीं है कि स्कूल आके ही बच्चे को हमें रेडी करना है. They are giving age 0 to 3 years. उससे पहले घर में एक सेट गाइडलाइंस दी जाएंगी. These people are going to give so that the students are ready for learning.
Yes, so let's see about the National Curriculum Framework. More, let's go deeply into it. Before that, I would like to that you just watch a video. So may I have it?
जंगल ख्वाबों का जंगल कुछ भी काज न आवे। बस्तों में ढेर सारी शरारतें और बालों में तंगी की चुभनी है। नन्ही मुट्ठियों से आंख मलते घर से निकलना।
And when you see the video, just try to imagine when you were a child and how the studies used to go on, and now what is the scenario. Then we'll further talk about it. Okay? Let's see. Does this sound similar to us? Let me just have a look at it. Thank you so much, Rekha.
जंगल ख्वाबों का जंगल कुछ भी काज न आवे। बस्तों में ढेर सारी शरारतें और बालों में तंगी की चुभनी है। नन्ही मुट्ठियों से आंख मलते घर से निकलना। माँ की डांटों से बचते बचाते सोने की साइकिल से रेस लगाते। गिरते संभल क्या करते स्कूल पहुंच जाते। घंटी बजती है जो गगन दमामा बाजे। और फिर अफरा तफरी की सुबहों से बेफिक्र दोपहरों तक का हो सका। और ये ख्याल से काटा जाता नोटबुक के पन्नों में मौज भरी लोगों का ईंधन देकर हवाई फौजें तैयार कर लेना। वस्तुओं में मुंह देकर अचार और पराठों की खुशबू से नियतें भर लेना।
Some memories.
वो टीचर भले से जिनकी सरपरस्ती में हमें पढ़ने का ढंग आया। जब उनकी नजर से देखा समझ हर एक रंग आया। मगर बिन्नी की चुटिया की गांठें जब टीचर की डांटों की शक्ल लेती तो हम रो ही देते थे। वही यारों की आंखों में नटखट से हमदर्दी थे। हंस भी लेते थे। उन ऊंची दीवारों से टकराती गूंजती घंटियों और चहचहाती आवाजों के बीच हमारी हर जरूरत का बिल कहे पूरा हो जाना। हर फिक्र का छूमंता होना एक जादू समान होता था। तशरीफ अक्सर कुर्सी पे और सोच आसमान में कलाबाजियां खाया करती थी। हड़प्पा के नगरों में मीलों का सजना, आसमानी बादलों में समुद्रों पानी भरना, सूरज की गर्मी से पिघल के प्यास। किताबों के ये सारे पन्ने घिस दिए जाते थे जब इम्तिहानों के मौसम होते थे। तफरीह के घंटे में नाश्तेदानों की अजब नुमाइश लगती थी। इधर आसिफ के घर की खीर के चर्चे मौजूद, तो उधर सतनाम के छोलों की शाम में पर्चे बटे हैं, डब्बों की दुकानें सिंधी और कबड्डी के वाले जब बस्तों में चुप्पी बैठी है, इधर सांस टूटी उधर टांग टूटी, चौकड़ी पैरों में धम 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 धम, कभी डोले कभी उठ भागे, हम ढोले जैसा नाचे। आपस की रंजिशें दुनिया में झुकते तो भूल जाते थे, गोल करके यारों के कंधों पे झूल जाते
जैसा नाचे बचपन की गलियों में, मन भरे जैसा नाचे।
बचपन हमने सीख सीख के थोड़ी दिया, बल्कि खेल खेल के सीखा।
Did it look nice to see? Was it nice to see? पर कहीं लगता है कि do we see this in our classes nowadays? Do we see it nowadays with our children? This happiness, is it visible? Why? क्यों नहीं दिख रही है? Why is it so? Teacher भी है, children भी है, same thing. But why has this been lost? Yes, come on. Why has this been lost? कहाँ चली गई ये खुशी? बदमाशी भी होती थी तो टीचर भी डांटता था, लेकिन अब वैसा टीचर डांटता है तो भी बहुत प्रॉब्लम्स, isn't it? और बच्चे को भी बदमाशी करने का फ्रीडम कम हो गया है, isn't it? क्योंकि बच्चे भी किस चीज में बिजी हो गए, मोबाइल, सोशल मीडिया और ये सब में ज्यादा इंटरेस्टेड है। पर ये रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी किसकी है कि हमें ये वापस लानी है हैप्पीनेस? Whose responsibility is that? Teachers are teachers or educators. उनका मतलब क्या है? The people who guide, isn't it? Parents के साथ ज़्यादा जिम्मेदारी किसकी बनती है? Teachers. Things are difficult. Of course they are difficult because we all work on the ground, isn't it? हम लोग ground पे काम करें तो हम लोग जानते हैं कि things are difficult, but still we cannot leave that, isn't it? But somewhere this video gives that happiness, that things should come back to that happiness. अभी क्या सुनते हैं कोटा में इतना सुसाइड, इतना बच्चा स्ट्रेस में है, 91.2 कहाँ पहुँच गए हम लोग? 98%, 99%। पहले तो बच्चे 70-80% पास हो जाने से पूरा गांव में घरों में मिठाई बट जाती थी, और अभी 98% आने के बाद भी मम्मी पापा इतने दुखी होंगे कि मत पूछिए कि कौन सा पहाड़ गिर गया, कौन सा दुख हो गया, isn't it? There the society is running. और इतना भाग भाग के did we achieve our goals? चलो ये सोचो, इतना भाग के, because we never said there should not be an improvement, but did we achieve our goals? No, we did not. Because finally, what do we looking for? That happiness should be there. कमाते भी हम लोग किस लिए हैं? कि अपने comfort के लिए, अपनी happiness के लिए. But we did not get that comfort and happiness. We are losing our children. We are losing our children. Whether it is emotionally, mentally, or we are losing them, that connection we are losing. Plus, as I said, there are so many suicides that are heard about. 10th का exam है, 12th का exam है, जिसको इतना seriously लेके and then ये suicide, वो suicide, which is very, very sad to me. Okay, so today that is why people had to get together. Great educationists got together and they said कि हमारे education system में there is a requirement of Indianism. Indianism को वापस लाना है. What am I talking about? याद कीजिए पहले जब होता था तो Indianism मतलब कैसे education होगी? Anyone, how did the education go? Okay, yes sir.
आचार्य के पास बैठ करके शिक्षा लेते थे।
Okay.
और उनकी बातों का अक्षरशः पालन करते थे।
Yes.
माता पिता भी उनको देवता या अतिथि की भांति पूछते थे कि उनके पास चला गया तो मेरा बच्चा सीख ही जाएगा। ये अंधविश्वास था, लेकिन आजकल तो देख ही रहे हैं नेचुरल से आर्टिफिशियल के दौर में हम लोग जी रहे हैं।
ट्रस्ट था। Alright, जब वो स्कूल में जाता था गुरुकुल में, yes, तो वो वहाँ पे केवल पढ़ाई सीखता था? Did they learn only studies? No. Then what did they learn? They did not learn studies only. What else did they learn? Yes, anyone, please stand up so that, yes. Sir, please, use the mic.
जब हम पुरानी पद्धति की बात करते हैं तो अक्सर हम लोगों को याद हो आता है, भान हो आता है कि किस तरह की नेचर से जुड़े हुए लोग थे, कैसे उठना है, क्या बोलना है, किसको पहचानना है, किस समय में और किस परिस्थिति को किस तरह से जीना है, और वास्तविकता से परे बात नहीं करनी है। हाँ, कभी भी हम अपने आप को धोखा न दें। और परिवार भी बहुत ऐसे पाए जाते थे, ज्वाइंट फैमिली भी, जहां एक दूसरे से लोग परिवार में ही सीख लेते थे, जिसके लिए आजकल बहुत अंधाधुंध ट्यूशन लगी हुई है, जिसके पीछे लोग पागलों की तरह पड़े हुए हैं। हाँ, अब वास्तविकता ये थी कि लोग परिवारों में आपस में समन्वय था, लेकिन आजकल तो MBBS का दौर है, मियाँ बीवी बच्चे सहित, तो कैसे हम उम्मीद पाल सकते हैं। धन्यवाद।
सर का दुख समझ में आ रहा है। Yes. Anybody else? Yes.
वैदिक काल की जो शिक्षा थी वाकई व्यवहारिक शिक्षा थी, करके दिखाना, गुरुकुल में जाकर सीखना, और उसमें किताब कॉपी की भी जरूरत नहीं थी। गुरु जो बताते थे रट के ही सीख जाते थे। उसके साथ साथ दिनचर्या उनके बहुत दिन बनते थे, दिनचर्या के हिसाब से बच्चे सीख जाते थे, ऐसा नहीं कि रट के सीखते थे। और आज की पद्धति में हम देखें तो बहुत कुछ बदलाव है। आज तो बच्चे बहुत कुछ मतलब जो जानते नहीं उसको रटाया भी जाता है और बहुत कुछ सिखाया जाता है, लेकिन वो अनुभव नहीं जो कि हमारी वैदिक काल में था।
In short, if I say, yes ma'am. In short, if I just add there that it was not only studies that was taking place, values were also being developed. Am I right? Because चाहे राजा का बच्चा हो चाहे रंग का बच्चा हो, जहाँ भी गुरुकुल में गुरुजी हैं तो वो झाड़ू सबको लगानी है, isn't it? So what happened was everybody was learning values, और जब झाड़ू लगानी है, what is the value that was coming? Humbleness. That humbleness was coming. हाँ ठीक है, okay, we are there. ये नहीं कि हम राजा हैं, isn't it? So one value that was learned was humbleness. Another value that was learned was discipline. Yes. So apart from फिर morning में उठ के yoga and all कर रहे थे, that means what kind of development was taking place? Physical development. जब values सीख रहे थे, what kind of development was taking? Mental development. Yes, ma'am wanted to add something.
Actually, I just want to convey what I have got from and see nowadays happening. Gurukul Pratha, and we had joint family. Earlier, it was the practical knowledge basically. We used to have to gain knowledge, to impart even the knowledge amongst the children through that means the examples and what actually we used to do, parents used to do, and teachers in Gurukul Pratha used to do. Nowadays we can't only give blame upon the students and the children. What about the parents? Even I have seen there are so many parents, you know, they are much into social media, FB, WhatsApp and etc. They hardly bother about to take care of these, you know, behavioral principles and etc. We automatically used to learn. The children they used to learn. And that is what you know, and each and every time when LP and NCF and etc. I just, that reminds me that is very much reminiscent of what we had in Shantiniketan model of Rabindranath Tagore, isn't it? So, yes, we have been drifted apart, not only children, but teachers also, parents, isn't it?
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, that means as it has been said, we need to do some changes, yes? But before we start thinking, already our great educators have thought about, and therefore the National Curriculum Framework basis is Indianism. Please remember this, okay? It is Indianism. We are not copying because we were following the British way, yes? Now we are coming back to our roots. So one of the important things that you will see in the National Curriculum Framework that most people have put is Panchkosh. Yes? Let's look at this term and keep it in our mind. Panchkosh. Now what does that mean? The holistic development of a child. Very, very important. Holistic development of a child with Panchkosh. Indian tradition. Okay? Let's see what are those Panchkosh. First one we have is Anamaya Kosh or Pranamaya Kosh. What does that mean? Physical development, bodily development. That is why physical exercises, yoga very important. So अगर हमें बच्चे का holistic development चाहिए तो सबसे पहला development कौन सा है? Physical development. You can see also as if you're going through the curriculum, physical education has become very important. CBSE has been sending the circulars that P period is very, very important. Remember why it is? Let's not take that easily. It is a part of the holistic development of a child. That is the first push. Okay? Second one that we are having is Manomaya Kosh or emotional and spiritual development. That means economically or let's say socio-emotionally, the development of the heart, of the mind, values that we talk about, which we find are seriously lacking in our children nowadays. आधा नंबर के लिए हम देख लेते हैं कितने ज्यादा क्वेश्चन पेपर्स यू विल फाइंड. व्हाट इज हैपनिंग इज पेपर लीक हुआ, ठीक है, बच्चे ने पेपर इजी वे आउट. क्यों लैक क्या हो रहा है वहां पे? डेवलपमेंट दैट इज values, ethical development is lacking. So a very important course is that Manomaya course. You remember CBSE में लीक हुआ था जब इकोनॉमिक्स का पेपर, इकोनॉमिक्स एंड मैथ्स का पेपर लीक हुआ था. What happened? जब all that took place, then police went and all investigations were done. What was it found? One of the teachers did it for the promotion to become a principal, isn't it? And now अभी ये जो एग्जाम हो रहे हैं बिहार में और यूपी में, you must have heard about if you are following the news. Again what? Shortcut methods the students want to do. कैसे भी पाना है हमको. Yes, because what is lacking is ethical development. And please remember why this ethical development is important. अगर broader vision रखें, nobody wants doctors, doctor engineer सब बनना चाहता है, पर कोई डॉक्टर से इलाज कराएगा जो किडनी बेचता हो. जहाँ ethical नहीं होगा वहाँ डॉक्टर्स यही सब पे डेवलपमेंट करेंगे. So our second notch is very, very important. Okay, that we need to look into. Next one we can see Vijnamaya Kosh, that is cognitive development. Cognitive, sabhat, everything, that development, very important. Intellect is emphasized to engage meaningfully with the cognitive development. Last one we can see Anandmaya Kosh, that is aesthetic and cultural development. Again remember CBSE has introduced art integrated education. Yes, if you see art integrated education, it pairs the two states and then we tell the students to prepare PPTs or present. This time for Jharkhand, what was there? Telangana was there, na? So I think you all must have done because we have to upload also on the CBSE website. Yes, so art integration, that aesthetic development, doesn't mean that we have to make them show all the programs and all. The child should participate and studies can also be done with this aesthetic development. A very good example again is our art integrated education. Resonance पढ़ाना है आपको क्लास में, तो we can show तबला बजा रहा है टीचर, तबला टीचर, फिजिक्स टीचर can get together, तबला टीचर ने बजाया तो बच्चे को समझ में आया अच्छा ये इस तरह से waves move कर रही है. So that all is very, very important. Alright, so I think today we take home this Panch Kosh and we see that every lesson when we are going in the class, when is it meaningful? Every chapter or every lesson that we go in the class should involve all these. Let us be the change makers. Okay, all these Panch Kosh. Outer to inner and inner to outer for all-round development that makes learning intrinsic. Physical development. That means what are we talking about? Sharirik Vikas. Development of life energy. Pranic Vikas. Look at the terms that they have used. This is the National Curriculum Framework. If you read it, all these terms you will see in that. Mansik Vikas, mental development. Bodhik Vikas, intellectual development. And then you have spiritual development. That means when it says spiritual does not mean you have to go to the forest and all. Spiritual development means that happiness is there. That happiness the child is able to achieve after studying. It is they understand why it is happening. हम क्यों सीख रहे हैं इसे? These are the pioneers. The whole national curriculum is based on not by some only foreign people around, but these are the pioneers whose thinkings, they may not be alive, but their thinkings, their preachings all have been taken and hence the national curriculum has been framed. Now, another thing I would like like to point out here is the first thing that the national curriculum talks about is memory or smriti. Now, if you talk about today's like all the education, what is said? That rote learning should be avoided, isn't it? But tell me honestly as teachers, is it possible? Is it possible? कुछ चीजें तो याद करनी होंगी ना, कुछ चीजें याद करनी ही पड़ेंगी. Yes? Can I have some examples? क्या what is required? Rote learning अगर करनी है तो क्या required हो सकता है? Any examples? अगर मुझे yes sir please. Formulas yes. बिना हाँ perfectly correct. अगर हमें formula ही नहीं पता होगा तो हम apply नहीं कर सकते. Yes. Anything else? Yes ma'am. Histories, dates, of course. And why do they learn or need to learn those dates in history? Because we learn lessons from history, isn't it? We learn आगे हमें नहीं करना है या कैसे करना है, isn't it? So the dates are very important. So and therefore Gurukul में वो क्या करते थे? They used to make them learn. Yes? Totally, I also say and I think we all agree, totally rote learning should not be there. But you cannot avoid rote learning. Yes? And next time when somebody talks about rote learning करते हैं तो क्या-क्या चीजें better होती हैं? What are the things that is? उच्चारण की शुद्धता. Perfect. Yes ma'am. Please give ma'am.
That be considered as rote learning.
हाँ, of course.
That be considered as rote learning. See, ma'am, we learn dates, we learn formulas. Okay, somewhere you don't need to understand. There is no point of understanding when learning dates are. But these will not be termed as rote learning, right?
This is a part of rote learning because understanding is less and mugging up is required. So it is a part of rote learning. Okay? Yes. Anything else? Anybody else? What else can we go in for rote learning? Sanskrit shlok. Can we only look at it and go in for? Dhatu root, ma'am. Okay, dhatu root. Yes, of course.
Writing typically question we need the symbol and the ready.
Yes, okay. Perfect.
Periodic tables.
Periodic table. Perfect. Okay. One, yeah, exactly ma'am. Yes, so we all agree here that some parts need to be learned. Yes, so the first thing that the National Curriculum Framework talks about is Smriti or memory. Yes, Smriti or memory, let's just read it out. The ancient Indian emphasis on Smriti or memory is critical to the overall development of the human being. It has often been misunderstood as an emphasis only on rote learning. Yes, remembering things, that doesn't mean that we are just thinking about that. It is important for overall development of a human being. As Sir said, when you are memorizing, Ucharan or when you are speaking out, that Ucharan also helps out. Okay? Current cognitive science research indicates that Smriti, both working memory and long-term memory, plays an important role in cognition and comprehension. Learning outcomes enable the teachers to plan their content, pedagogy and assessment towards achieving specific competencies. I'll come back to competencies. First we'll just talk about the Smriti or memory. You will be surprised to hear that the National Curriculum Framework has also mentioned that to help in increasing the memory part of a child, there are certain herbs that need to be taken. One of the herbs we have heard about is Brahmi, isn't it? Yes, Brahmi, because it helps in memory improvisation. They have mentioned another herb in the curriculum framework which is called as Vacha. It is called as Vacha, and it says the National Curriculum Framework says that Vacha should be given to the students, and when they eat it or when they take it, it helps in better retention of things or better retention of memory. And the Vacha word comes from Vachan. That means they can speak up also better. Their memory improves and their way of speaking also improves. Okay, so you can see that how the Indian curriculum framework is talking about all these herbs and also. So one of the herbs that we learned today about is Vacha. It is mentioned in your curriculum framework. Yes, so important thing ability or memory is very important. You cannot do away with rote learning. Some amount of rote learning is required because it is not only mugging up. It involves many other cognitive development also as it takes. This is another beautiful circle that the National Curriculum Framework talks about. Let's look at this. It talks about the circle. It says Dharma, Arth, Kama and Moksha. Yes, it says this is the whole cycle. This is the whole circle for the development of a child. Let us try to understand what it is. Connected to our education, dharma. What does that dharma mean? While we are studying about it, when we are studying the studies that are there, that doesn't mean that we start following the religions. What it is talking about? It is talking about values and studies. Yes, the student has to develop values. Values, again I repeat my example. Nobody wants a doctor who's going to sell kidneys, or nobody wants a doctor who's not honest, because doctor is a profession on which a patient strongly believes that has no other option. So we want doctors with high morals. हमें ऐसा डॉक्टर नहीं चाहिए कि जो मेडिसिन ढेर सारी इसलिए दे दे कि बिजनेस अच्छा चले, isn't it? तो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट, हमें ऐसा इंजीनियर नहीं चाहिए कि आज बिल्डिंग बनी 1 साल या 6 महीना में वो वैसे ही टूट गई. We don't want. क्योंकि वो इंजीनियर और डॉक्टर कौन बना रहा है? आप ही लोग हैं जो बना रहे हैं, isn't it? तो सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग हमारे पास क्या है? धर्म, मतलब वैल्यूज इन टीचिंग. हम पढ़ाई करते हैं, हम लिखाई करते हैं, किस लिए हम बच्चों को किस लिए तैयार कर रहे हैं? सेकंड डोमेन, अर्थ. अर्थ मीन्स मनी. यस, money has to be earned. We can't deny this fact. कोई भी सोशल सर्विस नहीं कर रहा है, isn't it? But मनी तो अर्न करना है. बट कौन सा फर्स्ट डोमेन क्या था? क्या चीज यूज करके? धर्म. धर्म से पढ़ाई करनी है. अर्थ, that means मनी को लेना है, but in a proper and correct way. चीटिंग करके नहीं. ये वैल्यूज को मानना है, तब मनी को कमाना है, पैसा को कमाना है. यस, अगर तुम अभी हम लोग बच्चों से पूछे ना, तुम छोटे ही बच्चे से पूछो क्या करोगे पैसा कमा के, क्यों करना चाहते हो, तो सबसे पहले या तो बोलेगा गाड़ी खरीदेंगे. आजकल तो बड़ी बड़ी गाड़ी का नाम ले लेगा, isn't it? एक इसमें बहुत अच्छा एग्जाम्पल हम बच्चों को दे सकते हैं जब हम ये सब बातें करेंगे. रतन टाटा, यस, इतने रिच हैं, बट ही इज नेवर काउंटेड एज द रिचेस्ट मैन ऑफ इंडिया. व्हाई इज इट सो? वो बहुत सारा पैसा चैरिटी में देते हैं, ठीक है? उन्होंने भी पैसा कमाया है, उन्होंने भी सब कुछ किया है, लेकिन उन्हें क्या मालूम है कि उस पैसे को कैसे यूज करना है. उसके इसीलिए जो थर्ड वाला डोमेन है, दैट इज वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. दैट सेज कामा. कामा मींस डिजायर. डिजायर मतलब जो हमने पैसा कमाया उसको हम कैसे यूज करें. रतन टाटा ने कैसे यूज किया? चैरिटी भी दी, अपने लिए भी यूज किया, प्लस चैरिटी भी उसने दी. तो दिस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. ये 3 डोमेन्स हो गए. एंड फाइनल डोमेन इज मोक्ष. व्हाट डज मोक्ष मीन? स्पिरिचुअल हैप्पीनेस और स्पिरिटनेस, एक्सट्रीम हैप्पीनेस. बच्चे को ये पता है, हाँ मैंने ऐसा किया या मैंने पढ़ाई की या मैंने चीजों को समझा, उससे मुझे हैप्पीनेस मिली. Isn't it a beautiful circle that they have given? Yes. So I think we'll all just take this dharma, arth, kama and moksha. This is how our lesson should be. And if we start with a small child only, I think we'll have a great country is going to progress like anything. Now when we have talked about NEP, we know NEP you have done, and it also talks about and Foundational National Curriculum Foundation, which has talking about Vidya Pravesh and Bal Vatika. Vidya Pravesh, what does that mean? Vidya में प्रवेश कर रहा है, बच्चे की studies start हो रही हैं. When does it start? When it is entering grade 1. 3 months only studies as they have suggested. Abhi it is still in working, and then it says 4 hours a day. Bal Vatika, when it talks about that prior to the age of 5, every child will move to a preparatory class. Preparatory class means it is talking about pre-nursery, nursery. Yes, and then they move to 1. That means when they are moving to 1, then what are they? They have been prepared. That is preparatory part, that they are being prepared for the class. Yes? And it also talks about the teacher needs to be qualified. ECCE, qualified teacher. Yes? What is ECCE?
Early child care education.
Early childhood care education. Okay. Now tell me one thing. The best thing अगर बच्चों को छोड़ दे वो सबसे ज़्यादा कम खुश होते हैं, है ना? Because हमने याद रखो what have we talked about? हमने अपने वर्कशॉप में क्या चीज़ से स्टार्ट की है? स्पिरिचुअल डेवलपमेंट मतलब अल्टीमेट ब्लेस। अगर बच्चे को आप क्लास में पढ़ाने जाते हो तो बच्चे से अगर ऑप्शन पूछो तो वो हमेशा क्या चाहते हैं? खेलना चाहते हैं। मतलब बच्चे को मुझे लगता है जितना खुश वो पी ग्राउंड में होता है और वो कहीं खुश नहीं होता। आप जान लगा दीजिए, टीचर बेचारा खास के कैसे भी मेहनत से पढ़ा रहे, लेकिन बच्चा सबसे ज्यादा खुश कहाँ होता है? वो खेलने में। हमको इसी चीज का फायदा उठाना है। यस, वी हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड कि हमारा जो पढ़ाई हम उसे करा रहे हैं, जिस चीज में उसको अल्टीमेट ब्लेस मिल रहा है, खेलने को हमें अपनी पढ़ाई का एक पार्ट बनाना है। यस, may I have a video why we need to play?
It isn't real play. So what is real play? Real play is physical, building strength, well-being and resilience. Creative, developing their imagination. Constructive, vital for coordination. Dramatic, which is how kids learn empathy and morality. And also games, which are how kids learn to share and take turns. Real play isn't just free time or screen time, it's real, and it has real importance. With so many competing priorities, real play is falling off the list. But what do kids need for real play? Kids need energy, so plenty of sleep, snacks, a relaxed environment, away from everyday pressures. Stimulation of the kids, new things, but don't overdo it. And they need time. Clear your schedule and theirs. Provide these 4 things and you'll find that real play simply happens. To be happy and healthy, every child should have real play every day. But what are the benefits? Real play every day gives your child focus, which helps them to learn. Imagination, boosting their creativity. Active engagement, making them happier. And better sleep and overall well-being. If you'd like your child to have real play every day, join our movement.
Did we find out what all the students learned or what did the child learn while playing? क्या क्या values सीखे बच्चे ने खेलते खेलते? सिर्फ play नहीं किया ना, सीखा भी ना. What were the things?
Rules of game.
Yes sir.
Rules of playing.
Rules of play. Okay. Yes. Teamwork. Perfect. Yes ma'am. Counting. Okay. Painting. All right. And ये सब subjects है ना? Painting भी एक subject है. Counting मतलब mathematics भी एक subject है. So is it impossible that while playing we cannot teach the students? Is it impossible? It is possible? Yes. Okay. लेकिन हमें सिर्फ preparation करनी होगी उसके लिए या हमें उसके लिए सोचना होगा कि हम उसको कैसे करें? Yes. Because we are all educators, isn't it? The 3 things that the National Curriculum Framework talks about, that when a child is going to the class, there are 3 things that the child should be able to have. What are those 3 things? Joy, choice and wonder. He should feel joyful, he should have a choice and we should have that wonder. अगर आप just sharing your experience, अगर मैं क्लास में जाती हूँ या आप क्लास में जाते हैं और एक टॉफी ले जाते हैं उस दिन क्लास में और उसको टेबल पे रख देते हैं, ठीक है? तो ऐसा होगा कि बच्चे कुछ नहीं बोलेंगे इसके लिए। ऐसा कभी होता है? कभी नहीं होता है। बच्चे जरूर टोकेंगे, कैसे टोक सकते हैं? उठा लेंगे, इतनी हिम्मत कर ले तो बात है, लेकिन ये जरूर पूछ लेंगे कि मैम आज आप टॉफी क्यों लेके आए? है ना? हाँ, वो पूछेंगे मैम आज बर्थडे है क्या आपका? हाँ, आज मैम आपका बर्थडे है क्या? या आज आप कुछ हमें देने वाली? वो क्वेश्चन जरूर पूछते हैं, चाहे हम उस टॉफी को टच करें चाहे ना करें। दैट मीन्स उस समय वो वंडर करें कि आज मैम टॉफी लेके क्यों आए, ठीक है? और उसके बाद मैंने उस टॉफी का कुछ किया भी नहीं, रखा ही है। अगर सोचिए मैं सिर्फ लेके गई और यहाँ रखा और बच्चे के मन में ये सवाल आया कि आज ये टॉफी लेके मैम क्यों आई है, अगर हम इसको यूज कर लेंगे तो बच्चा कितना सीखेगा और कितना क्यूरियोसिटी आएगी उसके मन में। सो यूज ऑफ डिफरेंट टीचिंग एड्स इज वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। हर बच्चे को क्लास में ये जरूर लगना चाहिए, हर क्लास में, कि मैं आज उस क्लास में क्यों बैठा हूँ, क्या मेरे लिए वो स्पेशल है आज वहां पर, उसे वंडर करना चाहिए। अब मैथ्स में हम बच्चे को बोल देते हैं कि ये इतना 1 लीटर 2 लीटर हम न्यूमेरिकल सम्स कराने लगते हैं, लेकिन अपने घर में बच्चे को एक बार बोलो बेटा दूध वाला है जरा 1 लीटर दूध ले आओ, तो वो ढूंढने लगा कौन सा कटोरा में लेके जाना। उसको ये क्लैरिटी नहीं होती है कि हाँ कितना आना है, बिकॉज वो न्यूमेरिकल्स तो बड़े बड़े बना लेगा, मैथ्स बड़े बड़े बना लेगा, लेकिन वो एक्चुअल एप्लीकेशन नहीं है कि मुझे क्या करना है, isn't it? तो वही अगर हम डिफरेंट वेसल्स ले जाते हैं, उसको बताते हैं कि इसमें इतना आ सकता है, इसमें आ सकता है, there the learning happens. So teaching aids are very very important. Joy मतलब बच्चे को पता, वो खुशी होनी चाहिए, वो जो खुशी उसको प्लेइंग में थी, that we saw when he was playing, because playing के समय उसने सब चीज सीखा है, values भी सीखी है, subject भी सीखा है, सब कुछ सीखा है। So that playing is very important and that wonder is very important. एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट वर्ड है यहाँ पे चॉइस। एक क्लास में चॉइस कैसे होती है? हर एक बच्चे का अपना पेस ऑफ लर्निंग है, डू वी ऑल एग्री? यस, सब बच्चे एक जैसे तो होते नहीं, सबका एक पेस है। कोई धीरे सीखता है लेकिन बहुत अच्छा से सीख जाता है, कोई तुरंत सीख जाता है, बाद में भी भूल जाता है। यहाँ पे एक टर्म आते हैं इंपॉर्टेंट, डिफरेंशिएटेड लर्निंग। Have you heard this term? Differentiated learning. वही टर्म हमारी यहाँ पे अवेल होती है। That means कि हम सब बच्चों को ये उम्मीद ना करें कि हमने एक बार में पढ़ाया तो वो सब समझ जाए। ये differentiated learning है, किसी को थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा, किसी को 2 बार रिपीट करने से समझ में आएगा, किसी को खुद से पढ़ने से समझ में आएगा। This is what is differentiated teaching, and this differentiated teaching as well as differentiated learning by the student should be respected. That respect should be there. So we remember 3 words in our every class that we are going to have: that joy, that choice, and that is wonder. Will anybody like to share anything that's special that they had done in the class and the students were very very happy about it? You taught your chapter and you like it was really wonderful and you felt कि ऐसे भी पढ़ाया जा सकता है। Anyone? Because I know all of you are experienced, तो आपके पास जरूर उतने साल में ऐसे कोई केसेस रहे होंगे। आप जो अपना सब्जेक्ट पढ़ाए, कैसा?
मैं एसएसटी का टीचर हूँ।
ओके।
और ज्योग्राफी में हमेशा एक मैप पर रहता है। ज्योग्राफी में हमेशा एग्जाम्स में मैप पर आते हैं, तो मैंने देखा था बच्चों को कि अक्सर वो पेंसिल वगैरह का यूज करते हैं और न वर्क करते हैं। तो इस बार मैंने कुछ नया करने का प्रयास किया, कहा कि इस बार आप कुछ ऐसा चीज करके आओ तो कुछ यूनिक लगे। मैंने नहीं बताया कि आपको करना क्या है। तो कुछ बच्चे, खास करके जो लड़कियां हैं, उन्होंने उसको शो करने के लिए हमारे घरों में जो महिलाएं या लड़कियां बिंदी लगाती है वो लगा करके आई। ये मेरे लिए नया या यूनिक लगा। धन्यवाद।
Good
morning, ma'am. My name is Harsha Mari from Rukmani Devi Public School, Fusro. मैम, मैं मैथ्स की टीचर हूँ। कभी कभी क्या होता है कि जैसे बच्चे बोरिंग फील करते हैं, जैसे मैथ्स पढ़ाती हूँ, तो उसमें क्या होता है कि जब भी कोई टॉपिक्स पढ़ाती हूँ तो उससे रिलेटेड कुछ है ना एक्टिविटी सोच के जाती हूँ कि कभी बच्चों को थोड़ा सा जॉयफुल बनाऊँ उसके लिए। तो जैसे कभी कभी कुछ एक्टिविटीज़ में क्या कराती हूँ कि जैसे बच्चों को कुछ सिखाना है, जैसे छोटी क्लास में कभी चली गई तो क्या होता है बच्चों को राउंडिंग करा के और जैसे उसमें इंटरेस्ट जगाने के लिए क्या करते हैं, कभी कभी जैसे बोलते हैं कि प्राइम नंबर्स है ना, प्राइम नंबर सिर्फ काउंट करना है, बोलते जाना है, या मल्टीपल्स ऑफ 8, मल्टीपल्स ऑफ 7। तो उस तरह में अब जो जीतते हैं जैसे वन सिंगल एक इसी तरह मतलब उसको छाटते छाटते एक सिंगल बचे एंड देन उसमें हम लोग है ना क्या करते हैं कि एक बैचेस बना के लेके जाते हैं और उनको देते हैं, तो वो बहुत एक्टिव मतलब खुश होते हैं, सेल्फ मोटिवेट होते हैं कि नहीं आज मिला है मुझे बैच, तो इससे अच्छा रहता है। थैंक यू मैम।
I teach English in senior secondary level. Now for me, I am happy that obviously whatever I have started, everybody is not following, right? But a few. What happened for me, that's a reverse journey as a teacher. Nowadays, if students they bump across unknown words, they will in classroom they don't actually carry mobiles. So if they get to know one, they need to know one, suppose word meaning and usage, they have no other way other than asking teacher. So within 40 minutes it is not possible to cater, you know, the curiosity and to say each and everything. So what I have asked, after I conduct a chapter, and I have asked the students row-wise at least 2 dictionaries, pocket dictionaries, Oxford dictionaries. So when outside classroom, at home, coaching centers, wherever they go through and check mobile, that means in Google search, you know, okay, we get to know these words, this is the meaning. And I have seen that curiosity has been developed and they started carrying, I say not everybody, but a few. I say 2 dictionaries per row. I got 3 dictionaries, number 1 and 2. If one word they are supposed to look for, they go through the other allied words as well. So there are chances to get to know more words than their usage.
Yes, it's more learning. My God, all the educators are excited, so nice to see. Okay, yes.
Actually, the madam has given the points. That is of course the need of the demand, and if you need to get the respect from the student, definitely it is to be needed. Being a science teacher, whenever I used to go to the classroom, I never used to teach 30 minutes, frankly speaking. Hardly 20 minutes I used to teach inside the classroom, but I will create humor inside the classroom. While entering any topic, I used to make the different students as a group leader, allow them having the different choices that you can choose according to your own group in a different day, but you have to perform the same topic. Suppose teaching in case of food, different type of food are there, they can categorize them, make themselves as a carbohydrate, protein, fat, vitamin, mineral, and they will tell about the advantages. They talk about the resources in which they are, is it useful or not, and in this way they can express it. Suppose as physical and chemical changes are there, they will talk about them. And they can make the classroom more interesting, and at last they used to talk about, sir, kal humko banaiega group leader. Tomorrow I will read which chapter will be there. I will be ready with that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Now, please come back, we'll give more opportunity. Let's have this very good, and then we come back.
Myself Suman, I am from Vetio School, Brocado Thermal. One day I got the arrangement class of junior wing. I got the class and I go to the classroom. Actually उस क्लास में जाने के बाद मैंने एक पोएम को बहुत अच्छे से डील किया, डांस करके भी and act करके भी बहुत अच्छे से. Each and every student आज ने मुझसे कहा कि मैम आज अगर हम घर जाएंगे तो अपनी मम्मी को सेम एज डांस करके ये जरूर दिखाएंगे एंड बीच में रास्ते में ही रोक के मैम कल फिर आइएगा हमारे क्लास में प्लीज। वो एक्ट करके और डांस करके मुझे ज्यादा समझ में आता है। Thank you.
That was wonderful. That was wonderful. This is how we develop that connection with our students, isn't it? Now let's see what all we learned. Now we all have agreed today that studying or teaching has to be a little different way in which and through which method. The best method is through the play method. Yes. अब होमवर्क मत बोलिएगा नेक्स्ट टाइम से। होमवर्क बोलते हैं तो क्या मतलब है घर जाके काम करना है। Yes, we can say home play. Isn't it? Nice word ना? Home play. We don't say hard work. जैसे hard work सब सुनते हैं तो what happens is अरे hard है बहुत hard होगा, isn't it? So home play है या a play work maybe we can say, isn't it? तो वो एक psychological way होता है that the child starts feeling better, isn't it? So we can make a plan and follow. What can the teachers do to do this? They can make a plan and follow it through. Like if I want to draw my home and family, what will it look like and who all should I include in the picture? So the child will start thinking about family trees that we teach. So this is how the child will draw himself. We will not say this is the family tree. We will say who all is there your family, draw it. So we can then finally come to okay, this is the family tree. Learn from trial and error. If we tell the children blocks and all, we give the children, let's say making a tower. The child will see, अरे मेरा टावर तो बार-बार गिर जा रहा है। उसको क्या समझ में आया? मुझे बेस स्ट्रॉन्ग देना है, मुझे बेस थोड़ा चौड़ा देना है, विड्थ बढ़ानी है। So I need to put more blocks at the base. This is how through trial and error. घर में पुराने खिलौने पड़ते हैं, let the child use that. तोड़ के उसको फिर से बना रहा है. This we can do it at homes and we can bring them to our classes also. Apply concepts of quantity, science and movement to real life. As sir had said, vitamins and all. Every day आज तुमने क्या प्रोटीन में लिया, आज तुमने क्या विटामिन ए लिया. तो बच्चे को याद नहीं करना है कि ये विटामिन ए में इसमें है इसमें. They will know कि अच्छा हाँ this is the vegetable that I am eating. और बच्चों की जो आजकल प्रॉब्लम है कि फास्ट फूड ही खा रहे हैं. They know कि अगर मैं गाजर खा रहा हूँ तो मैं विटामिन ए ले रहा हूँ. Isn't it? This is how the child is going to apply the different concepts. Reason in a logical and analytical manner. Communicate with friends, interacts with them. This all happens while playing. And negotiates differences in points of view. Derives satisfaction from work or accomplishment. And the child becomes creative. Not only rote learning, rather the child becomes creative when we teach them through playing method, playway method. Now this play can be in different types. ठीक है? Play मतलब ये नहीं कि हमने field में छोड़ दिया. Yes, there are three ways in which that play method can be there. Either it is free play, or it is guided play, or it is structured play. Let's see what are the differences. If I am saying free play, that means the children only decide what has to be done. Yes, it is children oriented. The child decides, but the child does not know why he is doing so. But the child only decides. When it is guided play, then it is child will only be doing that. But the teachers are going to support it or tell, okay, नहीं ये ठीक है, ये गलत है, इसको ऐसे करो. But the child is going to do that. And then you have structured play that everything the again teacher has decided, has done. But what has happened? The children are doing it. So structured and all the three have their own advantages. Free play, teachers organize like we can see. Teachers organize a stimulating play environment in the classroom, observe the children and help when children ask for support. These play methods can also be used for assessment also. Yes, you just observe and you can give the marks what the child is doing. If the child you find that he is leading a group, the play is being led by a particular child, that means the teamwork is high in that child. The child is a leader. Okay. Then we have guided play. Teacher offers support and actively facilitates the play. Teachers guide the children in different tasks that they are involved in, ask questions, play with the children to meet specific learning objectives. Or structured play is teachers carefully plan the activities and games with specific rules to promote competences in a learning sequence. That means they are making them skill. That is what we are talking about, is skill-based education. These are the different types of play, because we should be very specific about what we are talking about, not abstract things. Now when we are talking, the National Curriculum Framework says the types of play the teachers can use is, first one is dramatic play or fantasy play, which says like use a small stick for a purse to dramatize a story. Again, the teaching aids we can take to the classes. So that is dramatic play or fantasy play. It can also be exploratory play. जोड़ो तोड़ो फिर जोड़ो, as I said, towers बना रहे हैं बच्चे, या घर में एक चीज है उसको तोड़ के फिर से बना रहे हैं, तो they are understanding उसमें क्या है, क्या चीज से बना है, और उसी में नए innovations happen करते हैं, okay? Or it can be environment or a small world play using miniature animals, furniture, kitchen set, doctor set to recreate the real world and engage with it. It can be a physical play which happens there in the fields also, exploring the body through music. As ma'am gave her example, children learn better when their whole body is involved. What she did, she made a small change. That through dance and music she taught them, and the children were also happy about it. So this is also another example of that we are doing. Then games with rules. Do we remember all these games that we used to play? हम लोग अपने टाइम में कौन-कौन से गेम्स खेलते थे? Just let's try to remember. मुझे तो एक याद आ रहा है, लंगड़ी टांग बहुत खेलते थे, right? Running, yes. Any other? कबड्डी, कबड्डी तो अभी भी चलिए बेटर हुआ है उसका. Yes. हाँ? गिल्ली डंडा, हाँ ठीक, एकदम yes. पतंग. हाँ पतंग, अभी भी होती. Hide and seek, isn't it? कंचे से खेलते थे, isn't it? हाँ. I think धनंजय जी एक बार हम लोग अपने पुराने गेम्स देख लेते हैं जरा से, और देखते हैं क्या उसमें प्ले में लर्निंग होती थी कि नहीं होती.
मैम एक हम लोग जो खेला करते थे बहुत कम लोग जानते होंगे, डोला पार्टी हम लोग खेलते.
सर क्या था प्लीज बताइए.
डोला पार्टी वो होता था खड़े हो गए बिना माइक का भी मेरी आवाज जाएगी. हम लोग खेलते थे डोला पार्टी, पेड़ों के डाल से लटक कर एक दूसरे को पकड़ना.
अच्छा सर, उसमें क्या क्या चीज डेवलप होता है?
उससे हमारा पूरा शारीरिक विकास होता है.
पूरा शारीरिक विकास. प्लीज क्लैप फॉर सर. जितनी हम लोगों ने बात की है, जब ये एग्जाम्पल आता तो हमने कुछ सीखा, हमने संडे थोड़ा तो यूज किया, isn't it? कुछ हमने सीखा. ओके, लेट्स लुक एट सम ऑफ द प्लेस. Okay, there is a power failure, but it will take just 1 minute for the generator to get on. So. college, you'll realize that we actually learned the basic rules of life and survival from them. They created an opportunity for physically immersive and ever-evolving narratives of a kind that is simply not possible when sitting in front of a screen. The thing that we are fighting with at present. The thing that we are fighting with is social media and the mobiles and the way the students, I hope and I know that each one of you know that how the reels are being created and being shared on the social media. Yes, and the students are have a competition who can post it fastest, isn't it? This is are the games which our children are playing today. With the fun going high tech, the sounds of children laughing and giggling over outdoor games have disappeared. Yes, that has disappeared. So, do we agree that all these plays should come back? And it is, yes, we should come back. And those who have formed those national curriculum framework, they have specifically named these games. उन्होंने स्पेसिफिकली नेशनल करिकुलम फ्रेमवर्क में ये नाम डाले हैं कि स्टापू जो खेलते थे, ये डॉज बॉल जो खेलते थे, ये सब गेम्स को वापस आना चाहिए. Because as it has been here, all these things are missed. Why they are missed? Because students are sitting only on the screens. और स्क्रीन में बैठ के वो क्या कर रहे हैं? अपना आँख खराब कर रहे हैं. Cognitive development zero. Yes. अच्छा, अभी आफ्टर कोरोना डिड वी फेस दिस प्रॉब्लम कि स्टूडेंट्स का लर्निंग पावर या अंडरस्टैंडिंग पावर कुछ कम हुआ है? डिड वी फील दैट? है ना, वो 2 साल का. मुझे लगता है कोरोना ने जो लाइफ स्टाइल ऑफ कोर्स दैट इज देयर, बट सबसे ज्यादा किसी को नुकसान हुआ है तो वो एजुकेशन को हुआ है, isn't it? बच्चों ने 2 साल क्या किया? स्क्रीन खोला उन्होंने, स्क्रीन में उन्होंने ऑन किया, वो सुन रहे थे लेकिन रजिस्टर नहीं कर रहे थे क्योंकि वो उस समय कुछ और काम कर रहे थे, या तो दूसरा गेम चल रहा था या कुछ और कर रहे थे, कुछ सो रहा था. पूछते रहे बेटा कहाँ, बेटा तो अपनी दुनिया में. तो उसमें कौन सी चीज का डेवलपमेंट हो गया कोरोना में? उन्होंने डेवलप कर दिया है कि हम सुन रहे हैं लेकिन यहाँ कुछ रजिस्टर नहीं हो रहा है. That is what is happening in the classes now. बच्चा क्लास में बैठ के सुन रहा है आपको और हमको, लेकिन what is happening? रजिस्टर कुछ नहीं हो रहा उसको. इसलिए सबसे ज्यादा नुकसान एजुकेशन का ही हुआ, वो बच्चों के पढ़ने और इसी में. और वो हम कैसे लौटा सकते हैं? पॉसिबल नहीं है. One way we have got this play method, isn't it? Instead of those screens, स्टूडेंट्स को और गेम्स में हमें इन्वॉल्व करना है और इस गेम्स को हमें अपनी टीचिंग में डालना है. And I don't know whether you are informed or not, NCERT has decided to reduce 30% of the syllabus. क्योंकि हम लोग के दिमाग में सबसे पहले क्या आता है? As teachers, what do we say? यही सब करेंगे तो पढ़ाएंगे कब? Isn't it? So what happens is they have said we are reducing 30% of the syllabus. Why are they reducing the 30% of the syllabus? So that all these activities can be included in our teaching. Okay? So we can go in for the play method. For the play method, which is very important, and we understand that playing is very important and it should be a part of our lesson. So we talked about the types of play. Okay, this is again very important thing that the National Curriculum Framework is talking about. That is called as gradual release of responsibility. That is GRR, gradual release of responsibility. Let's see what it is. It says that the teacher's responsibility is teacher explains the model and strategy. That means I do it and what the students do it and teachers watch. Next thing is we do it together. That means the teacher and students are doing it together. Collaborative way of learning. First one was I do it, you watch. Teacher stands there, lecture method जो हम बोलते हैं, yes? I'm doing it and we expect the students to need to watch it. Okay? Second step is we do it together. The teacher and the student are doing or learning together. Third one it says you do it. I watch and guide you what you are doing. Yes? Again let's come to the heading. What did it say? Gradual release of responsibility. from where do we started? I do it, you watch. ये हम स्टार्ट कर रहे हैं क्लास में, मैं कर रही हूँ और बच्चा देख रहा है. इसको हमें कहाँ तक लेके जाना है? We do it together. सेकेंड स्टेप, बच्चा मेरे साथ कर रहा है, उसको हमें आगे ले जाना है. थर्ड पे, you do it, I watch. बच्चा करेगा and I will tell कि तुम सही कर रहे हो कि गलत कर रहे हो. लेकिन फाइनली हमें क्या डेवलप करना है इस प्रोसेस से? You do it alone. मतलब हमें क्या बनाने हैं? Independent learners. What we need to create is independent learners. And it is cannot happen in one day. ये 1 मिनट में होने का काम नहीं है. इसलिए उन्होंने क्या नाम दिया? GRR. Gradual release of responsibility. Okay? So let's do it so that our students become independent learners. Now, the whole national curriculum framework has a thought process for it or has a way out through it. Now, what is that way out? Let's see. They have given aims of education. इसको एक बार अच्छा से समझ लीजिए इसमें क्या है, so that you can apply. What does it talk about? Aims of education. ये बहुत बड़ा टर्म है. Aims education की बहुत सारी है, लेकिन फिर भी आज हमने एक चीज सीखी है. What is the first term that we learned? पंचकोश. Yes. Our aim of education is holistic development. Yes. To achieve those aims of education, National Curriculum Framework says we should have curricular goals. There should be some goals of the curriculum, and these curricular goals will lead to skill development. Competencies will be developed. अभी competency based questions आ रहे हैं question paper में. इस बार भी आपने देखा ये direct questions नहीं है. There are competency based question, concept based question, skill based question. Because why did they say do so? Because जो हमारे आजकल के बच्चे हैं वो पढ़ जरूर रहे हैं, but वो जॉब के लिए प्रिपेयर नहीं हो रहे हैं. We are making so many engineers, but they are not very good at their job. So what we need to do is skill-based education. So what is happening is curricular goals. If we set up, the curricular goals are set, then what happens is the child is able to develop its competency. Competency या skill develop होता है. And when the child develop competencies, finally we get the learning outcome. मतलब हमें एक अच्छा इंसान, अच्छा डॉक्टर मिलता है. Okay? That is finally a learning outcome. और final learning outcome क्या था? Ultimate bliss, happiness. Remember that spiritual development that we talked about, moksha that we talked about. In education terms, that means it is educational bliss that we are talking about. Okay, so the whole national curriculum framework is based on this strategy. Aims of education, which has curricular goals, and these curricular goals leads to competencies, and these competencies give us the learning outcomes. Okay, मैं एक example के साथ बताती हूँ so that we are able to understand. Okay, let's see. Now these are the different goals that we have, curricular goals we are having. हमने डेवलपमेंट की बात की थी, फिजिकल डेवलपमेंट, मेंटल डेवलपमेंट, सोशल डेवलपमेंट, सो मेनी डेवलपमेंट. लेट्स लुक एट द फर्स्ट वन. इट सेज फिजिकल डेवलपमेंट. अगर फिजिकल डेवलपमेंट करनी है हमें तो हमारे करिकुलर गोल्स क्या है? चिल्ड्रन डेवलप हैबिट्स दैट कीप्स देम हेल्दी एंड सेफ. ठीक है, ये एक करिकुलर गोल हुआ. नेक्स्ट इट सेज चिल्ड्रन डेवलप शार्पनेस इन सेंसोरियल परसेप्शंस. और तीसरा हुआ चिल्ड्रन डेवलप अ फिट एंड फ्लेक्सिबल बॉडी. मतलब फिजिकल डेवलपमेंट अगर हमें बच्चे की करानी है तो हमारे करिकुलम गोल्स क्या है? ये तीनों हमारे करिकुलर गोल्स हैं. Am I clear? ठीक है. अब लेट्स सी करिकुलर गोल्स को अचीव करने के लिए हमने क्या किया था? We need to, उससे क्या होगा? Competency will be developed and competencies से we get the learning outcome. तो अभी हम एक करिकुलर गोल ले रहे हैं, that is physical development का curricular goal, which says children develop habits that keep them healthy and safe, and children develop sharpness and sensorial perceptions. ठीक है, sensory better होते हैं. और भी है, अभी I'm taking one example. Let's see now what happens. Curricular goal 1 and curricular goal 2. पहला गोल क्या था? Children develop habits that keep them healthy and safe. ये था पहला curricular goal. Then second one was children develop sharpness and sensorial perceptions. ठीक है? And third one था children develop a fit and flexible body. Alright? Now let's move further. These are the different curricular goals that we are having. This is the learning outcome. जब हमने again remember curricular कि बच्चा सेंसरी परसेप्शन लर्न करता है। अब इसके लर्निंग आउटकम क्या हुए? छोटा बच्चा है, छोटा बच्चा को हम क्या सिखाते हैं कि कलर्स को पहचानना, ठीक है। एक क्लास 3 साल का 4 साल का बच्चा कलर्स पहचान लेता है कि रेड कलर है, ब्लू कलर है, ये हमारा लर्निंग आउटकम हो गया उसके लिए। बड़ा क्लास में गया, हमारा लर्निंग आउटकम हुआ, हमने उसको सिखाया कि प्राइमरी कलर और सेकेंडरी कलर क्या होता है। उससे ऊपर गया बच्चा तो हमारा लर्निंग आउटकम क्या हो जाता है? अगर वो कलर्स मिक्स करते हैं तो क्या लर्निंग आउटकम, क्या बच्चा कर सकता है मिक्स करके, रेड के साथ येलो मिक्स किया, डिफरेंट एक्सपेरिमेंट्स करवाते हैं। उसके ऊपर नेक्स्ट क्या हमारा करिकुलर गोल हो जाता है, ऊपर क्लास में जाता है, हम हर क्लास में तो एक ही चीज नहीं सिखाएंगे कि रेड कलर क्या है, येलो कलर क्या है, ब्लू कलर है। उसमें क्या होता है, जब उसको कलर्स की समझ हो जाती है उसके बाद बच्चा पेंटिंग करने लगता है। दैट इज हाउ वी मेक अ लर्निंग आउटकम। Am I clear? हमारा करिकुलर गोल कौन सा हुआ? सेंसरी परसेप्शन। ऑलराइट, तो हर डेवलपमेंट के लिए वी कैन सी दैट द नेशनल करिकुलम फ्रेमवर्क हैज डेवलप्ड curricular goals and then they are told how to do the learning outcome. Okay, let's see here, ages 3 to 8, the child is able to differentiate the name of primary colors, red, blue, yellow and other common colors. Next is, he is able to differentiate shades within primary and secondary colors, and then he is able to attempt to predict the resulting colors, that means when they mix the colors, और ऊपर उसके learning outcome क्या जाता है, दो कलर्स मिक्स करेंगे तो क्या होगा, एंड फाइनली द लर्निंग आउटकम इज द चाइल्ड कम्स आउट टू बी अ वेरी गुड पेरेंट। ओके, सो वी गेट अ लर्निंग आउटकम, और अगर बच्चे को अपने मन का चीज मिल जाती है तो फाइनली व्हाट आर वी अचीविंग टू इटर्नल ब्लिस। यस, नाउ अनदर, अभी आजकल जो बहुत डिस्कशंस हो रहे हैं वो है लैंग्वेज पे, जिसके लिए सब परेशान है, स्पेशली हर स्कूल में टाइम टेबल बन रहा है एंड सबको ये परेशानी है कि लैंग्वेज इंट्रोड्यूस होगी कि नहीं। अभी अवेयर व्हाट CBSE इज टॉकिंग अबाउट इन टर्म्स ऑफ लैंग्वेज? 3 लैंग्वेजेस हैं। व्हाट आर द 3 लैंग्वेजेस? L1, L2 and L3. यस, व्हाट इज L1? इंग्लिश। L1 इज इंग्लिश? No. L1 is your mother tongue. L1 is mother tongue. Yes. मतलब what is it saying? कि first language वो language होनी चाहिए. This is what National Curriculum Framework is saying, that the first language should be that language which the child understands. और mother tongue से अच्छी कोई language नहीं है, isn't it? बच्चा उसमें सबसे अच्छा से समझता है। Then it says कि आप start कीजिए, छोटे बच्चे को mother tongue से start कीजिए, उसको फिर convert करिए L2, मतलब दूसरी language सिखा सकते हैं, and further it goes to L3. अभी उन्होंने किस चीज का इंट्रोडक्शन किया है कि क्लास 11 में केवल एक लैंग्वेज नहीं होगी, there will be another language with that. Though these circulars have not come or how it is going to be there, but this is the proposal that has come. 3 language formula, L1, L2 and L3. Okay? But the basic thing is the mother tongue, and then it could be any regional language also, the first language. These are the 4 stages. Okay, how do we do assessment according to National Curriculum Framework? Assessment to celebrate every stage of child's achievement. Now it says कि we should not be saying कि child fail हो गया, या एक बच्चा ज़्यादा तेज है, या दूसरा बच्चा ज़्यादा जल्दी उसका learning outcome है. What does it say? You can do the assessment based on different levels. अगर फर्स्ट लेवल क्या है? बिगिनर लेवल। मतलब एक क्लास में अगर इतने लोग यहाँ पर बैठे हैं तो मेरी बात सबसे अच्छा से जो बेसिक चीजें समझ रहे हैं, ओके, NCF का फुल फॉर्म भी समझ रहे हैं, दैट मींस दैट इज द बिगिनर लेवल। ठीक है, जरूरी नहीं है व्हाटएवर आई एम सेइंग कि सबको सब चीज आ जाएगी। मैं भी अगर वहाँ बैठती तो इट इज द सेम थिंग ओनली, इजंट इट? वी ट्राई टू इंटरैक्ट विद ईच अदर एंड मेक ईच अदर अंडरस्टैंड। द सेम हैपेंस इन अ क्लास आल्सो, बिकॉज़ सब लोग का अपना तरीका है समझने के लिए। सो देयर कैन बी डिफरेंट लेवल्स, आइदर द चाइल्ड बिगिनर लेवल, लेवल 1, उसने उससे ज्यादा सीखा तो लेवल 2 प्रोग्रेसिंग, थर्ड लेवल प्रोफिशिएंट एंड लेवल 4 एडवांस, दैट मींस achieves the learning outcome. So how are the students to be graded? Level 1 says tries to achieve the learning outcomes with teacher support in the given time frame. Level 2 says achieves the learning outcome with teacher's support in the given time frame. Third says level 1 C, it was trying, and level 2 is achieving the learning outcome. Level 3 says achieves the learning outcomes on their own, and level 4 says achieves the learning outcome, helps and supports others to achieve the learning outcomes and requires more challenging tasks. That is at advanced. तो मतलब एक क्लास में you will not judge them कि तुम टॉपर हो, तुम कम हो. How will we judge them? हम जब ग्रेड्स दे रहे हैं तो हम कैसे जज करें कि the child is on level 1, beginner तक सबने समझ लिया, या कोई जो बच्चा है वो ज़्यादा जल्दी समझ पाया तो लेवल 2 पे है या फाइनल लेवल पे, एडवांस लेवल पे. Okay, so we don't decide or given the assessments that somebody is passed or somebody has failed. Are we into it? Are we good with it? Okay, so this is the way our assessment should be for anything that we are going to do in our classes. Again, 3 languages as we said, L1, L2, L3. Again it talks about R1, R2 and R3. R1 that means reading and writing, first language, reading and writing second language, and R3 is the reading and writing third language. It may be possible that the language 1 and the reading and writing R1 may be the same. Okay, so these are the 3 languages that it talks about. There are principles of pedagogy. How do we do all these things that we are talking about? First is we should give our students a safe and stimulating environment. Then only good learning happens. Play is central to learning. NCF says that play should be the key aspect of your learning because students love to play. Third, it talks about a relationship between student and teacher. Important topic. That is the relationship between a student and teacher. How should it be? Whenever a student is in a problem, the teacher should be the first one the student should come to. Isn't it? So I think we all experience it happens also with us. Some students don't tell many things to their parents. They come and tell to us, okay, this is how, because they have their own apprehensions and all. Okay, this type of relationship should be there between a student and a teacher. Physical development is very important. Every child learns at their own pace, most comfortable and learn best in home language. Yes, this is again very important. That is why they are talking about L1, the language first, which should be our own mother tongue. Yes, learning is deeply connected to child's life and context. Learning builds on child's previous understanding and classroom process addresses all domains. To follow these principles of pedagogy that the National Curriculum Framework is asking for, it requires that teachers also need to be prepared for their lessons. They simply cannot go and deliver it from their book, read and tell, just go and deliver it. They need to get the students involved with them. I'll tell you a short story here. We all have heard about Dr. C.V. Raman? Yes? Nobel Prize winner. Okay. Now, it was a time when Dr. C.V. Raman, he had won the Nobel Prize. He was past 60 years old, but he used to love teaching. And he was very passionate about his subject also, and he used to love teaching. So one day, he was going to take his lectures, and that lecture was in the school. Because he had already retired from his college से retire हो गए थे, तो वो किसी स्कूल में as a guest lecturer जा रहे थे. तो वो जा रहे थे गाड़ी से, तो उसके बाद वो एक लैम्प पोस्ट के पास रुके, और रुकने के बाद he got down and near the lamp post he started picking up जो बरसात में कीड़ा आता है, firefly you see, जो आते हैं जिसके wings गिर जाते हैं, isn't it? What happened? He saw कि लैम्प पोस्ट के पास बहुत सारे वो विंग्स गिरे हुए थे और उसको कलेक्ट करने लगे, डिब्बा में उसको डालने लगे. तो उनका एक स्टूडेंट था, वो वहाँ से जा रहा था. अब स्टूडेंट भी बड़ा था, अब वो प्रोफेसर बन गया था स्टूडेंट. उसने जैसे ही देखा कि मेरे टीचर ये सड़क के बीच में बैठ के लैम्प पोस्ट के पास बैठे, वो जल्दी से दौड़ के आया कि सर आप क्या कर रहे हैं. तो उसने सोचा भी कि अरे सर को क्या हो गया. फिर उसने सोचा कि अरे अब तो बहुत एज हो गई है, लगता है सर का भी पास सोच रहे हैं क्या कहाँ सड़क के बीच में बैठने सारा ट्रैफिक उधर रुका होगा, लेकिन वो फिर भी उतरा क्योंकि उसके टीचर थे। उतरा, उसने कहा सर आप क्या कर रहे हैं, क्या कर रहे हैं? तो सर बोले कि जस्ट टोल्ड हिम अगर तुम्हें मुझे बहुत हेल्प करना तो तुम भी उठाओ। तो वो समझ नहीं आया, वो छोड़ के भी जाने को नहीं बना उसने, तो उसने भी वो कलेक्ट करने शुरू कर दिए और एक डिब्बा में डाल दिया। ठीक है, उसने डाल दिया। जब सर के पास हो गए काफी सारे, सर ने डिब्बा बंद किया और अपना चले गए वहां से, अपनी गाड़ी में बैठ गए। वो स्टूडेंट फिर भी पीछे पीछे गया। उसने कहा सर कर क्या रहे थे आप, इसको क्यों कलेक्ट कर रहे थे, ये रिंग्स को रास्ते में बैठ के क्यों कलेक्ट कर रहे थे? तो डॉक्टर सीवी रमन सेड कि आज मेरा लेक्चर है स्कूल में और मुझे बच्चों को पढ़ाना है डिफ्रैक्शन। डिफ्रैक्शन के लिए मैं ये रिंग्स लेके जाऊंगा और वो लाइट को उसमें से पास करके बच्चे देखेंगे कैसे स्प्लिट ऑफ लाइट। ये डेडिकेशन और पैशन, yes, clap for Dr. C. Raman. Yes, of course. This dedication and passion to teach a topic, नहीं तो that is required. And अगर हमें actually goals achieve करने हैं national curriculum framework के, that dedication is required. And it is not impossible. We all can do it. Yes or no? Yes. Yes. Because मैंने जैसे ही बोला था किसी के पास idea, I saw it was such a beautiful moment when so many of them wanted to share हम लोग क्या कर रहे हैं अपनी क्लास में, हम लोग क्या कर रहे हैं अपनी क्लास में। We are not getting go out with कि हमें सिर्फ पढ़ाना है। और सिलेबस के लिए भी NCF ने आपके लिए कर दिया है कि they have reduced 30% of the syllabus. ओके, तो हम ये सब चीजें अपने सिलेबस में डाल सकते हैं। Now another term that it is also talking about NCF is Panchari. Let's look at the 5-step learning process Panchari. You can see it is all Indianness. That is the beauty of the National Curriculum Framework. It is a guide to formulate the sequence that the teacher may adopt in planning for instruction. We just now said कि टीचर को प्रिपेयर होके जाना चाहिए क्लास में। कैसे प्रिपेयर होना था वो भी नेशनल करिकुलम फ्रेमवर्क बताता है। ये 5 स्टेप्स उसको फॉलो करना है। कौन से 5 स्टेप्स है लेसन प्लान के लिए? फर्स्ट स्टेप इज इंट्रोडक्शन और अतिथि। सेकंड स्टेप इज बोथ और कंसेप्चुअल अंडरस्टैंडिंग। फर्स्ट वाज ओनली इंट्रोडक्शन, सेकंड स्टेप वाज कंसेप्चुअल अंडरस्टैंडिंग, थर्ड इज प्रैक्टिस और अभ्यास, फोर्थ इज प्रयोग और एप्लीकेशन, एंड फिफ्थ इज जब फाइनली अपने सीख जाते हैं प्रसार और एक्सपेंशन। When do you say a student has learned? When that particular student starts teaching the other students. That is when you say, okay, you have achieved your ultimate goal. So this talk is very important to learn the lesson plan that they have given. That is called as Panchari. Yes, building a positive relationship with children. ये कौन से फिल्म का बना हुआ है? तारे ज़मीन पर। Okay, do we remember the film तारे ज़मीन पर? बच्चे को क्या प्रॉब्लम थी? डिस्लेक्सिया था और he was not able to distinguish. और उसको ना पेरेंट्स को पता था ना उसके बाकी टीचर्स को पता था। What happened? वो जब दूसरा स्कूल में गया, when he was sent to a hostel, then Amir Khan, supposed to be his painting teacher, was able to know. How did he solve the problem? Did he leave and say, "क्या रे तुम बेकार हो, तुम नहीं कुछ कर सकते"? What did he do? He went to his house. Remember? इसमें कितने लोगों ने पिक्चर देखी? Okay, maximum ने देखी. Yes, it is a film that should be seen by teachers. A very good film. Yes. So what happens? He goes to the parents' home. उसके फादर से बात करते हैं, उसकी मदर से बात करते हैं, एंड देन वहाँ से पेरेंट्स से जब वो समझते हैं तब आके उसकी प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करते हैं। यस, अभी हम लोग पेरेंट्स से बात करते हैं, कई बार हम करना नहीं चाहते हो, लेकिन कई बार हम करते हैं तो वही हम लोगों को कहानी बताने लगते हैं, ऐसा कि नहीं ऐसा नहीं है, ऐसा होना चाहिए, ऐसा होना चाहिए, ऐसा। लेकिन हम लोग अपना काम फिर भी नहीं छोड़ते हैं, ऐसा। We know that. What does NCF says? NCF says build a positive relationship with children. और children के लिए maybe you have to build a positive relationship with your families also. Okay? I'll show you a video on how we can have a positive children relationship with the children.
Saturday will go, Sunday will go, and Monday will come, and you'll go back to the class. And like this teacher by name Mrs. Thompson entered the class. Saturday will go, Sunday will go, and Monday will come, and you'll go back to the class. And like this teacher by name Mrs. Thompson entered the class for the first time. And she had this habit of starting her class by saying, "Love you all." But she knew she was lying because she could not feel that love for one of the students in the class who was very unkept, untidy. And there was nothing in the child that drew attention from Mrs. Thompson. She was little indifferent to the child. She picked him for every negative example and ignored him for all the positive reasons. That year, she had written the progress report for the first quarter. And it was the system in the school that the headmisters have to countersign every progress report. The headmisters called for Mrs. Thompson and told Mrs. Thompson, a progress report should report some progress. It should make a parent feel my child has a future. The way you have written the progress report for Teddy, that is how he was called. The way you have written the progress report for Teddy, parents will give up on Teddy. Mrs. Thompson immediately said, there's nothing I can do. I have nothing positive to write about the child. Immediately the headmisters asked the administrative staff of the school to trace the old year progress reports of Teddy and sent across to Mrs. Thompson's class. Mrs. Thompson saw the third standard progress report and it was written, the final remarks, Teddy is the brightest child in the class. She was stunned by what she read. She saw the fourth standard progress report and progressively all the remarks suggested that Teddy's mother was suffering from terminal cancer. She is not able to give the attention she used to give to Teddy, and it's just beginning to show up on the performance of Teddy. The fifth standard progress report read, Teddy had lost his mother and along with that himself. He desperately needs help, otherwise we will lose this child. By then there were tears in the eyes of Mrs. Thompson. She looked at the principal and said, I know what to do. And she went back to the class. Probably it was some Monday morning. She walked into the class and again from the dais of the class, looked at the class and said, love you all. But she knew she was lying. The love she was feeling for Teddy right now was far, far greater than the rest of the class. She decided that she is going to change her approach. For every positive reason, Teddy's name was called. There was no more a negative reference to the whole thing. The last day of the school came. All the children had brought some gifts for the teacher. There was only one gift which was wrapped up in an old newspaper. Somehow, the sense of a teacher, she knew that it must be from Teddy. She opened that first. A half-used perfume bottle and a bracelet from which a few stones had already fallen was there. The whole class laughed, knowing it was from Teddy. But without saying anything, Mrs. Thompson just took that half-used perfume bottle, sprayed it on her, wore that bracelet. With a quarter smile, it seems Teddy told, now you are smelling like my mother. This is the last perfume that she used before she left me. And this is what was removed from her body before she was taken into the coffin. 1 year later, end of the school, end of the year, there was a letter on Mrs. Thompson's table. I've seen few more teachers, but you're still the best teacher I've ever seen. With love, Teddy. Every year till the end of the year, Mrs. Thompson used to get this letter from Teddy. I've seen few more teachers, but you're the best teacher I've ever seen, Teddy. Years rolled by, they lost contact. Somewhere an agent traced Mrs. Thompson, who had retired by now, and handed over a letter. And the letter was signed Dr. Theodore, PhD. Teddy had gone on to become a PhD. And the letter read, I've seen many more people in life. Mrs. Thompson, this is your Teddy. You're still the best teacher I've ever seen. I'm getting married. And I cannot dream of getting married without your presence. Along with an enclosed were to and fro flight tickets. Mrs. Thompson couldn't resist. She no more had the perfume bottle, but she still preserved the bracelet. She wore that and went to the church. She was trying to sit in the last row, but volunteers identified and ushered her right to the front row. And right in the front row, there was a seat with a placard written, Mother. Theodore personally asked Mrs. Thompson to sit in the chair and whispered, you are the closest to my mother that I've ever experienced. And whatever I am today, it's because of you, ma'am. The wedding happened, and after the wedding, Theodore introduced Mrs. Thompson to his newly wedded wife. Without her, I wouldn't be where I am today. There were tears in Theodore's eyes. It seems Mrs. Thompson told the newly wedded woman, without Teddy, I would have never realized a teacher must first be a mother to every student of hers, and only then a teacher. This is just my request to all of you. There is a Teddy sitting in your class. When you go back to your classroom on Monday morning, there is a Teddy in that class, and you can be that Mrs. Thompson. Please, on Monday, don't go back to the institutes as a teacher. Go back as a parent who can also be a teacher and be a turning point in the life of those children. You plus me. I believe we can build a new world.
Wasn't it wonderful, really? Isn't it? In the moment we feel that the student sitting in the class is my child, I think many things change. I do not know whether you have felt it or not. Those students will value you more who are not doing well in studies, and you just give an extra effort. वो बच्चे जो अपने से बहुत इंटेलिजेंट होंगे या बहुत पढ़ लेते हैं, वो आपको उतना वैल्यू नहीं करेंगे जितना वो बच्चा वैल्यू करेगा जो बदमाश होगा, जिसको आप डांटते होंगे. क्योंकि आपकी डांट में भी वो प्यार होना चाहिए कि बच्चा समझे ये बात को कि मुझे डांट रहे हैं तो मेरे भलाई के लिए डांट रहे हैं. You agree or not? Does it happen or are those, isn't it? जो आपको मिलने भी आते हैं बाद में, वो वही बच्चे होंगे जो कहे जिसको आपने बहुत डांटा होगा, वही आपको सबसे ज्यादा वैल्यू करे. So as he said कि मंडे जब हम क्लास में जाएंगे तो वो टेडी बहुत सारे हमारे भी क्लास में हैं. Just we have to find out that child who's that and who needs it, isn't it? Okay, that was a beautiful and encouraging story. And then we can have all lives a positive that NCL talks about, building positive relationship with children. How can the teachers support children to learn better and ways of organizing content? NCF also talks about their teaching strategies. It says listening, modeling. Modeling means ways and means in which your speech can be modeled or your ways can be changed so that the child is able to understand. Solving problems, questioning, provoking, giving some points so that the child is able to think or wants to think it further. Okay, what happens after this? Researching and finally making the child independent. The child does his own things, find out the things, explores the things himself or herself. Their learning can be through conversation, through stories, toys, music, art and craft. There are indoor and outdoor games. How many of you remember? Now NCF has talked about this game. Fire in the mountain, run, run, run. Do we remember this game? How many of you remember this game? No? अच्छा, can I have 10 volunteers? याद कर ही लेते हैं जब NCF बात कर रहा है तो. 10 volunteers, can I have it? Yes sir, please. चलिए आइए फटाफट आज खेल के देखते हैं ये गेम. Everybody has a child in them, isn't it? ये गेम तो हमें करवाना है क्लास में according to them, yes? या मैं use करना है fire in the mountain, run, run, run. 10 people are having, okay? हाँ आइए सर, नहीं रहे, come on. यही टाइम है, कभी-कभी हम लोग को भी बच्चा बनने का जरूरत है, isn't it? अभी ठीक है, 10 से कम भी है तो चलेगा. Anybody else is eager then they can join. Yes, बिल्कुल, okay. आइए सर. Okay. Now how do we play the game? We learn it today so that we do it in the classes also. And then we'll also find out the inference ki why NCF has specially mentioned this game. Okay? Now what happens in the game is that a circle is formed and everybody is moving in a circle. Okay? And you'll come start running and the teacher or the leader is going to say fire on the mountain. भागेंगे सब लोग एक सर्कल में run run run. ऐसे सर्कल में भागेंगे and then the teacher will say arrange yourself in a group of 3. What will happen? Immediately you have to break yourself and stand in a group of 3. जो 3 में नहीं होंगे वो अलग हो जाएंगे. Again fire on the mountain, run run run. Arrange yourself in a group of 5 like this. Okay? ठीक है? चलो हम लोग खेल के दिखाते हैं. इधर सर्कल we need to have form a circle. ठीक है? जहाँ आप लोग कंफर्टेबल एक सर्कल बनाएंगे जल्दी से. वहाँ नहीं सर यही और थोड़ा पीछे हो जाएंगे. चलिए उसको किधर आ जाइए. चलो ओके रेडी. आर वी रेडी? ओके चलो स्टार्ट. कनेक्ट. हाँ फायर ऑन द माउंटेन, रन रन रन. एवरीबॉडी फायर ऑन द माउंटेन, रन रन रन. Fire on the mountain, run, run, run. Arrange in a group of 4. Yes, again. Chalo, make a group. Let's do it together. Fire on the mountain, run, run, run. Fire in the mountain. Circle correct नहीं है. Fire in the mountain. Where I said circle correct नहीं है, what is the structured play? I'm telling them, teaching the child circle क्या है, कैसे होता है. Fire on the mountain. Run, run, run. Fire in the mountain. Arrange yourself in a group of 3. So we have, let's look at the winners. एक बार और last. Okay. So let's see. Okay. Time has to be maintained. Fire on the mountain. Run, run, run. Fire on the mountain. Run, run, run. Arrange yourself in a group of 3. Okay, 6 and okay. Let's give them a big hand. Okay, now let's start with the learning part. ठीक है? Enjoy क्या? Did you all enjoy? Yes? Everybody enjoyed? इसका मतलब बच्चे तो enjoy करेंगे ही करेंगे, है ना? हमसे ज़्यादा एनर्जी होती है उनमें. The first lesson that we learn, हम कुछ भी ऐसा करते हैं बच्चे enjoy करेंगे. Yes? We'll have a lively class there. Okay. Second thing, when they were doing, what were the lessons? जो participants, I would like to hear from them. What all did you learn? What were the lessons that you learned? Anyone?
Understanding for the
Yes.
to make the teaching learning interesting and knowledgeable and creativity was created.
Okay, creativity was there. What was the subjects learned? Yes, sir? Geometry. Okay, how? Circle. Okay, one thing circle. पढ़ाई हुई ना? सिर्फ खेल नहीं हुआ. Numbers
ज्वाइन होकर काम करते हैं, वही एफर्टेबल रहा हमारे लिए। जब आपने कहा कि फोन में ग्रुप बनाइए, तुरंत हम लोग 4 आदमी जाके एक साथ मिल गए। फिर आपने कहा कि टीम वर्क, यस सर, और कभी भी हम लोग करते हैं टीम वर्क तो वो सक्सेसफुल होता ही है।
Thank you so much, ma'am. Okay, collaborative teaching, है ना? Collaborative learning, and the child wanted to learn. Child learned that I need to be standing in a team. Final values ने क्या learn किया कि जब मैं family में जाता हूँ, when I'm leading a family, there should be teamwork, there should be a collaboration. जो सिंगल फैमिलीज है आजकल बोलते हैं बच्चे अपने बूढ़े माँ बाप का ध्यान नहीं रखते, क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं हमने उन्हें नहीं सिखाया कि टीम में कैसे वर्क करना है, isn't it? कहीं ना कहीं we are failing there also. So all those values will come when we are going to go through teaching with which method? With playing. Homework नहीं देना, क्या देना है? Yes, homework नहीं देना. Alright, we are talking about home play. So this is one. It has been specifically talked about this game, and see how. I cannot tell you that in your subject how you will use that. You have to take your decisions. But थोड़ा सा आप सोचेंगे तो जरूर कहीं ना कहीं निकल जाएगा कि how you can use this in your lessons, whatever chapter that you are teaching. Like I tell you, in our school, our commerce department, ठीक है? Every year what they do is, मतलब जैसे हम लोग ये सब चीज सोचते हैं कि छोटा क्लास में कर सकते हैं, बड़ा नहीं कर सकते. I'll just share one best practice of our school that goes there. Our commerce department holds a fete in the school. वो जो fete होती है उसमें कोई teacher involved नहीं होता. That is structured play होता है, बस कि they see कि what the students are doing. Students क्या करते हैं, अपनी एक टीम बनाते हैं जिसकी जो कैपेसिटी होती है वो उस हिसाब से काम करता है. मतलब कोई अकाउंटिंग का काम करता है, कोई वेंडर से बातचीत करने का काम करता है, कोई बजट बनाता है. कॉमर्स के स्टूडेंट्स हैं, सो व्हाट डू दे लर्न? अकाउंटेंसी सीख जाते हैं क्योंकि वो बजट, फाइल वो सब बनाते हैं. कोई प्रॉफिट लॉस बनाते हैं. वो सारे कंसेप्ट्स लगा के वो बच्चे ही हमारे स्कूल में वो फेट को ऑर्गेनाइज करते हैं. फिर उसके बाद जो मनी उसमें से आता है उसका भी वो लोग देखते हैं कि डिपार्ट्स में देना है या उसका कैसे यूज करना है. ऑल दिस इज डन बाय द स्टूडेंट्स ओनली. और ये क्लास 11-12 के बच्चे हैं. दैट मींस वी थिंक ना कि छोटे ही बच्चे कर सकते हैं. एक्सपीरियंशियल लर्निंग हो जाती है, एंड दिस लर्निंग, दिस इज हाउ दे लर्न, एंड दैट इज द टाइम द टीचर्स से दैट दे लर्न द बेस्ट. क्लास में बैठ के एक कान से सुन के रजिस्टर नहीं होने से उससे बेटर दे लर्न व्हेन दे ऑर्गेनाइज दैट थिंग. So we can do it. It is only a matter of thinking how it has to be done about. Let's see what next NCF is talking about. It also talks about a Japanese game. Japanese game has been mentioned in the National Curriculum Framework, which is called as Shinrin-yoku, a Japanese term, that is forest bath. It says that you take the children to a forest and tell them to just move around in the forest. What is the purpose? बच्चे को नंगे पैर चलने दीजिए. Let them have the feel of that sand. Let them have that touch those petals, flowers, those leaves. Let them touch the trees, जो कि बच्चों के पास मिसिंग हो गए होंगे. So this is a very important, again, cognitive development takes place the best. As sir has shared one of the games, when you are going on a tree, what are you doing? The development, the whole physical development of a child takes place. So this is again National Curriculum Framework talks about, that is Shinrin-yoku, that is forest bath. The components of a teaching plan, how a planning should be done. The major components of a teaching plan are competencies, learning outcomes, and intended lesson objectives. It should be teacher directed, teacher guided, or child led activities to achieve the learning outcome or the objectives. The duration and sequence of activities also it talks about. The content and material to be used in the activities. Classroom arrangements, how should be the classroom. I'll show you in the later slides how it all should be there. Specific strategies for children who need extra help. As in the morning, district PPC sir said that a child is not physically developed properly also, but you cannot say no to that child. This is what National Curriculum Framework talks about. Every child is precious. The methods of assessment need to change. One of the ways that they said was that either the child is in a beginner level or the child is in an advanced level. You cannot say that the child has not learned anything. The 4-block approach for literacy, all those who are language teachers, you can see for the language teachers the 4-block approach. How do we teach language to the children? First block says that oral language development. In the beginning we start with oral language development. That is looking at the picture and speaking out. Picture conversations. Sharing experiences. The teacher is sharing the experience. छोटा बच्चा है उसको हम स्टोरी टेलिंग के थ्रू बताते हैं. स्टोरी टेलिंग पेडागोजी कि ऐसा है वैसा है तो बच्चा सुनता है. That is the first oral language. जब वो सुनता है तो माँ को या टीचर को बोलते हुए सुनता है तो समझता है कि ऐसे बोल रहा है. Okay? Second is word recognition. बच्चे को ये लिखाते हैं जैसे words को recognize. Next stage में starts recognizing the word. कि हम लिखते a है लेकिन pronounce कैसे करते हैं a. This is how the child understands. कि हाँ ठीक है ऐसे होता है. तो फर्स्ट में हमने स्टोरी टेलिंग की, नेक्स्ट में उसको वर्ड रिकग्निशन सिखाया और थर्ड स्टेज में ही सेज रीडिंग. उसको बोला तुम रीड करो. नाउ दिस इज द टाइम ऑफ द चाइल्ड टू रीड अलाउड. एंड फाइनली जब बच्चा अच्छा से बोलने लगता है द लास्ट स्टेज इज राइटिंग. That means we cannot start with writing and then reading and so on. Okay? This is how the pattern should follow in case of languages. These are the 4 blocks. Oral language development, word recognition, reading and writing. Similarly, it also talks about numeracy. How many of you have seen the Nipun document? Anybody has seen the Nipun document? No. We should have it. As teachers, we should have it in our mobiles and all. We should have that Nipun document. Do we know what is Nipun? Do we know? No? Yes, ma'am.
National Initiative in Proficiency in Numeracy, Understanding and Numeracy.
Understanding and Numeracy. Yes, National Initiative of Proficiency in Understanding and Numeracy. Okay, reading, understanding and numeracy. We should have this Nipun document. You can all Google it at home and just check it. Okay, what does it basically talks about? Numeracy, if we are talking about experience, spoken language, that is experience learning the mathematical concept of concrete objects. This is for mathematics subject. This is the beauty of NCF that it is dealt with all the subjects. Yes, like we had for language, it talks about mathematics also. Learning the mathematical concept of concrete objects. Example, counting the concrete objects for learning numbers. Then we also have spoken language, that is L. We also have pictures representing mathematical concepts in a pictorial form. Exactly, 3 balls are. You are supposed to count 3 balls. You want to teach a child that these are 3 balls. We should not tell them 1, 2, 3. Instead, we can carry with us 3 balls. Okay? So when the child sees anything, he understands better. He will count 1, 2 and 3. ये 3 ball है. So he understanding becomes better. This is a simple example. We can take it further. Then after, through pictures if the child has learned or through the TG game the child has learned, we go in for written symbols. Mathematical concept that is learned through concrete experience and pictorial can be generalized in written simple forms such as writing the number 3 for 3 balls. जब पता चल गया 3 balls तो कैसे उसको represent करते हैं. Writing is also very important. These are the different blocks of teaching for mathematics as we just now talked about. Block 1, oral math talk, math, poem, oral calculation concept, children's experience. That means we are orally discussing about it. Second is teaching skills, combine all strands of proficiency, try to make the child understand. Third is skill practice, procedural, conceptual, problem solving and reasoning. Block 4 is math game, reinforcing learning and problem solving. That means the games the child play, we have lots of games also coming so that the child is able to see. How many mathematics teachers do we have? Do we have any mathematics teacher? Okay. Okay. Can anybody share or is it possible to do this? Because हम लोग सिर्फ बोलना नहीं चाहते, we want to see कि actually it happens also. Okay. What are the first? कोई भी concept सिखाना है, oral math को, skill teaching, skill practice and finally game में apply करना. Anyone maths teacher? Any topic you want to share? it is done like this using all these 4 blocks. Yes? Come on. Chalo, language teacher also. We just now learned about language. It can be anybody else also. Yes, anyone? Let's give them 2 minutes. Think about it. कोई ऐसा चैप्टर है जिसमें हम पहले orally बताएंगे, उसके बाद हम skill से बताएंगे. एक simple example हम tables ले लेते हैं. Tables, yes? Can we do it?
ट्रिग्नोमेट्री रोड है ना, हरहर प्रसाद, हरी हरी बोल.
हाँ, ठीक है. Okay. Yes, and finally we do application. Yes, consider maths to be a difficult subject, isn't it? Students rather consider, isn't it? And they'll always have a fear about mathematics. How can that fear of mathematics go? It can go only when we start following these methods. Yes, we are still waiting for mathematics teacher. Anyone? Yes, sir. Ajay, please give.
जैसे हम लोग टेबल सिखाते हैं बच्चों को थ्रू वैदिक मैथ्स. जैसे अगर हम लोगों को 14 का टेबल अगर लिखवाना है या सिखाना है तो हम लोग करते क्या है तो बच्चे को चाहे 14 हो 24 हो 34 हो तो उनको एटलीस्ट 2 से लेकर के 9 तक का टेबल आना चाहिए. अगर उनको 2 से लेकर 9 तक का टेबल आता है तो वो कुछ भी टेबल लिख सकता है. कैसे? एग्जाम्पल, जैसे वो 2 का 24 का टेबल लिखना है उनको तो कैसे लिखते हैं? पहले 2 का टेबल सारा लिख लेंगे, उसके बाद 4 का टेबल सारा लिख लेंगे और लिखने के बाद ऐड करेंगे तो 24 का टेबल आ जाएगा. इससे क्या होगा कि उनको याद नहीं करना पड़ेगा, टेबल को ऐसे सीख सकते हैं.
I am Sandhya Singh from Tata Team Siswa. Actually, I am a computer teacher there, but I have seen interest in mathematics also. So, just a thought right here. Circle, example of circle. बच्चों को जब बताना है कि सर्कल का यूज क्या हो सकता है, like if we have a circular field and I asked him how are we going to get the area or the circumference of the field. Okay. And many times they are learning the formulas, but their practical implication they are not, means imagination, that doesn't come here. So first I start with an example of a circular field or fencing. Many times that question is asked in mathematics. What is the cost of the fencing, like that. So I just asked with a practical example. That is going to be oral example. Orally I am talking with them and giving examples.
Field of the school we can say. If you want to fence that field of the school, what can be done? So this could be a oral way of provoking their thoughts.
Yes. Okay. Skills teaching, here I can come to the formula part, like for getting the area, what should be the formula, or for getting the circumference, what should be the formula of the circle. And skills practice, I am going to like solve some problems of circular area and perimeter or circumference of the field. And finally some practice questions for fencing or cost, what should be the cost. And finally in a game I can bring them to पटना से चिट्ठी आई रास्ते में किसी ने देखा है by putting them in a circular manner. That can be, this was a very good thought.
That's really wonderful, and ma'am made it just now. We need to
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
So it tells us that nothing is impossible, isn't it? Because in a moment we are able to think and we are able to do. Sir also wanted to share.
I am from SGF Dugda. My name Rajesh Kumar Dubey. I teach accountancy. When I teach in class accountancy subject, so that now पहले मैं बच्चों को बिजनेस के बारे में ड्रीम दिखाता हूँ. जब तक बच्चे बिजनेस के बारे में ड्रीम नहीं देखेंगे वो अकाउंट्स को मेंटेन नहीं कर सकते. लाइक एग्जांपल, एक अकाउंट्स में चैप्टर है BRS, बैंक रिकॉन्सिलिएशन स्टेटमेंट. वो वही कैश बुक और पासबुक से रिलेट करता है. तो मैं बच्चों को सबसे पहले कैश बुक और पासबुक के बारे में बताता हूँ. उन्हें बैंक दिखाता हूँ कि बैंक में कैसे पासबुक दिया जाता है और हम लोग कैसे कैश बुक मेंटेन करते हैं. जब बच्चे कैश बुक और पासबुक को दोनों समझ लेते हैं और उनमें जो भी एरर्स होता है उसको बहुत ही आसानी से रेक्टिफाई करते हैं. इसके हिसाब से वो घर पर भी छोटा मोटा अकाउंट्स मेंटेन करते हैं. जैसे उनके पिताजी का क्या अर्निंग है, उसको कैसे एक्सपेंसिव करना है, कैसे रिसीविंग करना है, कैसे सेविंग करना है, वो सारे छोटे छोटे चीजों को सीख जाते हैं.
I am Firoz Kumar sir. Ma'am, I am from Education Central School, PG Commerce. I would like to also share with you. Ma'am, I am concerned with commerce, especially accountancy and BSc. Especially I said that it is said that the way to transcend the world is through the world. By this, I would like to say that commerce is assumed that Maya is Maya in Sansar. You have to cross the, अगर जाना है आपको जनमानस तक पहुंचना है, आविष्कार से जनमानस तक पहुंचना है, तो बीच की कड़ी आपको कॉमर्स की पकड़नी पड़ेगी. तो ये संसार के रूप में उन्हें बताता हूँ कि संसार के रूप में ही पार करना होगा, इससे होकर गुजरना होगा. ये स्पेशली आई जेन थे. और आई हैव हर्ड दैट BSc has been taught to the student from class 6 itself, according to under NCL. So I am very happy that commerce is wide and it is getting wider.
Thank you so much, sir. So we have some tips now that how can we make our teaching interesting. Now this is again another important topic that NCF talks about, and it says NCF talks about managing difficult behavior. Do we have some instances every day? I think every other day we have such instances. Yes or no? Yes. Do we find difficult behavior in the class? What are the difficult behaviors that we see in the class? Yes. Huh? ओके जिसके लिए मेहनत करनी पड़ती है. क्या डिस्ट्रक्टिव बिहेवियर क्या क्या बच्चों की देखते हैं? सुनते नहीं है, impulsive है. ओके, they are very impulsive, they don't want to hear, listen. Yes,
they talk a lot.
Huh?
They talk a lot.
They talk a lot. Continuously they are talking. Yes, and continuously they talk and they are not paying attention. But that happens here also. Because at the back I find some of them have taken out their mobiles and they are busy with the mobiles, so that happens with adults also, isn't it? So it's not only children that it happens with. Okay? Alright, any other kind of behavior that we find? Hyper, yeah. Some are hyperactive and some don't want to indulge only. Yes, some? Disturb करते हैं दूसरे बच्चों को. अच्छा, ये सारी problems को NCF ने सुना है, people have heard about it and they have talked about it. It says they have divided the behavior into 4 types. First of all, aggressive behavior. And what is that aggressive behavior include? include hurting others, hitting, biting, pinching and throwing objects, especially small kids, isn't it? We find this kind of behavior, that is aggressive behavior. We also find antisocial behavior. Example, using inappropriate language, name calling and refusing to share. Also they put another type, that is says disruptive behavior, disrupting circle time, running around the classroom, shouting in the classroom, dropping objects, tearing books, breaking toys, destroying the work of others, and in between the classes taking out sounds. That also you find, isn't it? Okay. Then inappropriate expressions, excessive crying, pouting and whining. All these things have been included in a difficult behavior of the students. So NCF understands that and says that we need to manage this difficult behavior. One of the ways how to manage this difficult behavior, they've already talked about. What is that? Teaching through play. Yes, teaching through play. So all that energy comes out, that all that energy that has been used. How can we fight or how can we take care of all such conditions? By creating a positive classroom environment with behavioral management. Teachers to focus on their voice words, body language and attitude. This is very important. This is a lesson for us, we teachers. It says we need to focus on their voice words, body language and attitude. Understand the aggressive behavior, understand the disruptive behavior, understand inappropriate expressions or understands antisocial behavior. The video that I showed to you, why was Teddy not performing in the class or there was no improvement? Because the teacher never thought it that way. Mrs. Thompson did not think it that way, that the student itself has many struggles. उसकी अपनी struggle थी क्योंकि उसकी mother की death हो गई थी, तो अपने से ही fight कर रहा था, isn't it? So whenever we find a child not behaving properly, what should we need to talk to that child. And when we talk to that child, we understand, okay, what is the problem that the child is facing. और जब अगर आप उसकी बात को समझेंगे, वो ही सबसे ज़्यादा आपकी क्लास में attention pay करेगा और बल्कि अपने friends को भी बोलेगा कि अरे ध्यान से सुनो. You'll find it. Just be friends with such children. It also, NCF also talks about creating vibrant learning corners in the classrooms. It says create vibrant learning classrooms. You can see how they have shown that if you look at the picture that is shown, what do you see in the picture? आप ही लोग बताइए नीचे वाली पिक्चर में आपको क्या दिख रहा है? उन्होंने बोला है कि इस टाइप का क्लासरूम होना चाहिए आपका. क्या चीज इसमें आपको अट्रैक्ट करी और क्या दिख रहा है? Anyone? हाँ, टीचर्स पार्टिसिपेशन एक कोने में, ठीक है? One point. Yes.
Peer learning.
Peer learning. Perfect. Peer learning is going on. Yes. Anything else? Yes, ma'am. Learning through activity. Group activity. Learning through group activity. Okay. So this is how the classroom should look about a vibrant learning corner, and you can see that the teacher is present only with one group. You can see at the back, the students are teaching each other. Okay, peer learning is going on. Here themselves they are studying, and here the teacher is guiding them. What we said, structured learning. Structured, that means under the guidance of the teacher. This kind of vibrant learning classrooms. ऐसा नहीं है कि टीचर खड़ा बोल रहा है तो बच्चा अगर हिलता भी है तो उसको बोलता है कि क्यों मूव कर रहे हो? Why are you behaving like this? Isn't it? Our classroom should be vibrant enough. Ways of organizing the content. It can be a project-based approach. बच्चों को project देते हैं बनाने के लिए, जैसे यहाँ पे पिक्चर में दिखाया हुआ है, या कोई story-based approach है, theme-based approach है, या eclectic approach है, so that the students enjoy the work that they are doing. These are the different ways in which the teachers can use. There is a leveraging technology it talks about. These are the different platforms NCF talks about which the teachers should be using so that to update themselves. One is NDA platform, Vidyadan, then technology for inclusive access. Nowadays it talks about inclusive education. I think all of you are aware about inclusive education. What does it say, inclusive education? Inclusive education, whom are we talking about? About Divyang and special children. Yes, isn't it? We should include them, and nowadays, therefore, the school has to have lift should be there. All these parameters have been set so that those children are included in our natural framework.
But school will not say that I will not take your
Yes,
admission because of this.
exactly. Okay, so this Diksha teacher training platform, I think कोरोना में हम लोगों ने सबने खूब दीक्षा यूज किया है, सबको बिकॉज उस समय उन्होंने कंपल्सरी किया था कि दीक्षा हमें करना है. What is the full form of दीक्षा? We have a test also. I suppose you are taking up all the things, isn't it? Okay, what is the full form of दीक्षा? अरे इतना हम लोगों ने यूज किया दीक्षा, isn't it? What is it? Come on. दीक्षा किस लिए यूज किया था? इसका फुल फॉर्म भी इसी में से निकल आएगा. किस लिए यूज किया था? ऑनलाइन ट्रेनिंग्स की थी ना हम लोगों ने. ओके, तो डी है और आई है डिजिटल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर फॉर नॉलेज शेयरिंग. फटाफट देख लिया ना. Okay, we are like children, but we all know. Learn to kiya paenge, isn't it? Okay, so this is also a platform that we use and we have used also. Then there is technology for parental engagement also. Now, this is the classroom that NCF says that this kind of a classroom should be there. Look at this classroom that it is showing. The most important, it says there should be a running blackboard. Now, running blackboard, can you see? नीचे से देखिए ऐसे करके ऐसे पूरा जा रहा है रनिंग ब्लैकबोर्ड. क्यों बोला उसने एनसीएफसी के ऐसे क्लासरूम में रनिंग ब्लैकबोर्ड होना चाहिए? हम लोग क्या बोलते हैं, बच्चा ओरली तो पढ़ना चाहता है लेकिन लिखना नहीं चाहता, लेकिन हम बच्चे को तो मौका ही नहीं देते लिखने को, है ना. हम ब्लैकबोर्ड दे रहे हैं, उसमें टीचर ही लिख रहा है, बच्चा के लिए तो लिखने के लिए कुछ नहीं है. दैट इज व्हाई ही सेज कि ऐसे रनिंग ब्लैकबोर्ड हो, बच्चा स्क्रिबल भी करना चाहे वो स्क्रिबल करे, और जितना हाथ यूज करेगा कॉग्निटिव डेवलपमेंट विल बी बेटर. उसका हाथ चलेगा तो रनिंग ब्लैकबोर्ड होना चाहिए. I think this is a beautiful concept, isn't it? So that the students are able to use. Then it also says कि सर्कल्स ऐसे बने चाहिए. ये सर्कल मतलब ये सर्कल ऑफ एक्टिविटीज है, यहाँ बैठ के बच्चे सर्कल्स में करेंगे. Then it also says corners should be set up. Corners का मतलब कहीं पे maybe mathematical related games have been put there so the child can go and play them. कहीं building blocks रखे हैं तो बच्चा वो towers लगा सकता है. आप ऊपर क्लास में जाएंगे तो maybe thermocol रखा हुआ है, बच्चा thermocol से काट के कुछ बना भी सकता है. This is how the learning should be. It also talks about classroom display. We can see a classroom display. उन्होंने एक tree बना हुआ है, झूला बना हुआ है, तो मैंने child and vegetables बने हैं. तो child जब ये सब चीज देखता है, is able to learn. Books में देखिए, रोज चीज को देखता है तो is able to learn. And portfolio bags. You know what are portfolio bags? Yes, बच्चों का portfolio भी तो marks भी होते हैं अभी. I think every school is having that portfolios and 5 marks हैं उसके लिए portfolio के लिए, isn't it? उसमें students की सारी achievements उस portfolio bags में रखनी होती है. Okay, so this is the indoor environment of the class that NCF has suggested. This should be like this. Then it also has suggested about outdoor equipment and material. They have said that there should be a clay box, there should be a sand pit. सैंड पिट में बच्चा कभी घर बनाता है, जैसे बीच वगैरह में बनाते हैं, तो सैंड को यूज करता है, उसकी क्वालिटी पता चलती है. अगर ऊपर क्लास में जाता रहता है, सैंड के कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंट पता चलते हैं, केमिकल फॉर्मूला पता चलता है. सो दैट इज हाउ द सैंड पिट कैन बी यूज्ड फॉर एवरी एज ऑफ द चाइल्ड. देन यू आल्सो हैव क्ले बॉक्सेस. देन यू आल्सो हैव किचन गार्डन, छोटा सा किचन गार्डन है. आउटडोर प्ले इक्विपमेंट, ये सब स्कूल में होना चाहिए. दिस इज व्हाट एनसीएफ हैज सजेस्टेड. Analyzing children's response. This is very important that this talks about कि हमने teaching की सब चीज किया, लेकिन बच्चे को analyze कैसे करेंगे, assess कैसे करेंगे. You can see they have given some smileys have been done, जिसमें एक बहुत important है self assessment form कि बच्चा खुद से भरता है और टीचर की help से भरता है. Self assessment form में you have to click the picture that shows how you worked today. The child circle कर लेता है, अगर click नहीं करता, he has to click or circle it. Like the first one says, I liked during the work. So if the child is happy, he'll circle the happy emoji. If the child is sad, he'll circle the emoji that where it is showing sadness. इसमें एक चीज देखिए, what is the HCF saying? कि जो नई चीजें आ रही है, जो टेक्नोलॉजी, उसको छोड़ना नहीं है, उसको कनेक्ट करना है, isn't it? दोनों चीज को मिला के सब चीज का अच्छा चीज को we need to connect it together. Then a progress, a report card. अभी तक जो रिपोर्ट कार्ड होती थी, जिस दिन रिपोर्ट कार्ड होती है उस दिन बच्चों का या पेरेंट्स का क्या सोच होती है और what is pounding heart. Yes, we all are parents, we know. जिस दिन रिपोर्ट कार्ड मिलती है तो बिल्कुल डर होता है, isn't it? और कुछ पेरेंट्स का भी ऐसे ही होता है और चिल्ड्रन का भी होता है. ऐसा क्यों होता है? क्योंकि हमारी रिपोर्ट कार्ड कैसी हैं? Our report cards are full of anxiety होती है उसमें. Needs to do well, needs to work harder, isn't it? Okay? Then negative remarks होते हैं. Is not well behaved. अगर we are writing such things. Subjective होती हैं. Everything is mentioned. Marks हैं, grades हैं. So there is a phobia word in the report card. The report card that we are using now. Then it is talking only about cognitive aspects. There is worry. It is most dreaded. Yes, for the children it is most dreaded, and nowadays so including our parents also. Pride is there, fear is there, comparison is there, isn't it? देखो फलाने का बच्चा कितना अच्छा किया है, हाँ? तुमको सब चीज दी है घर में, लेकिन पढ़ाई लिखाई के नाम पे कुछ नहीं, isn't it? These are the terms that the parents use. Then stress is there, confusion is there, and bias. This is how our progress report card looks like. जब इतनी प्रॉब्लम्स है रिपोर्ट कार्ड में, दैट मींस चेंज चाहिए इसमें, ठीक है? तो एनसीएफ सेज दैट जो होलिस्टिक रिपोर्ट कार्ड होगी, 360 डिग्री रिपोर्ट कार्ड होगी, वो बिल्कुल ऐसी नहीं होगी, ठीक है? अ न्यू रिपोर्ट कार्ड इज गोइंग टू बी डिजाइन. और व्हाट आर द कांसेप्ट्स दैट दे हैव अप्लाइड कि कैसी होनी चाहिए रिपोर्ट कार्ड? इट सेज इट शुड हैव रीइंफोर्सिंग कमेंट्स. अगर बच्चा नहीं पढ़ रहा है तो नॉट केपेबल नहीं लिखेंगे, कैन डू बेटर, isn't it? These are reinforcing. He can do wonders. He can do. Has not done the wonder. He can do. Okay? इस टाइप के कमेंट्स होने चाहिए. Affective, psychomotor, cognitive होनी चाहिए. Clarity होनी चाहिए. Precision. Clarity कि we are not only talking about grades. Okay? Accuracy होनी चाहिए. Appropriateness. Specific. It should be non-judgmental. We cannot judge them if this is the first rank and this is the second rank and this is the last rank. It should be non-judgmental. It should have constructive remarks. This is how holistic progress card should be looking like. I hope the schools have made their report card because up to नई आएंगी report cards. So 360 degree report card is totally different. जो new आ रही है, maybe someday when we have any other interaction, we'll show you also how the report card will look like now. Okay? What are the characteristics of a good report card? Holistic report card must reflect unbiased and non-judgmental performance. It could be in the form of grade, marks or credits. Credits we know about the credit system. About the National Credit Framework, are we aware about? Yes? I think we had already a workshop, so our teachers are aware. Anybody else? Did you have any workshop on credit framework? No, not yet. No? Okay. So in credit framework, it is a part of your national curriculum framework only. The credit framework says that their credit points have to be given, and there is a bank of credits for every class. Those credit points goes on collecting in the student's bank account. That is academic bank of credits. जब बच्चा हायर एजुकेशन के लिए जाएगा, उसमें लॉग इन करके कोई भी देख सकता है, चाहे कोई एम्प्लॉय करना चाहे उसको, या somebody wants to go for a higher studies, many go for a foreign studies also, so that academic bank of credits can be seen. और उस क्रेडिट सिस्टम में सबसे ब्यूटीफुल बात यह है कि it doesn't talk about marks. उसमें क्या है कि अगर बच्चा क्लास 6 में पास कर गया तो 7 क्रेडिट्स सब बच्चा को मिलेगा. If you have passed through, that is what. मतलब अगर वो एजुकेशन करने का नर्सरी से 12th तक 40 क्रेडिट्स उस बच्चे को मिलेंगे। अगर वो एक सब्जेक्ट एक्स्ट्रा पढ़ता है तो उसके लिए उसको अलग से क्रेडिट्स मिल रहे हैं। So it is basically talking about not comparing the children. It is basically talking about how much hard work has been done and बच्चे ने और ज़्यादा क्या acquire किया। That is the most beautiful thing about the National Credit Framework, which can have a totally different workshop can be taken on National Credit Framework. So here we are talking about holistic report card. Its suggestions for future action, motivation, encouragement, appreciation may be included. Like you can suggest the child is very good in teamwork. If the child, you can write there, you can suggest that child could be a good leader. So you can give suggestions in that. It must help and guide the parent and student to make a plan to prosper next time. An effective progress and must be easily understood by those whom it is intended for. It should not be ambiguous. It should be very clear. Clarity should be there. It must provide straightforward information about what the student knows and can demonstrate. The holistic report card should have clarity. That is the most important thing. And it should have positive remarks. What are the different tools to record observation? Let's see. Anecdotal records. What are anecdotal records? Yes? Yes, ma'am. Achievements are mentioned there. Yes, achievements of a child, and we record them. The achievements could be in any form, whether it is their achievement through a certificate or it could be in the various activities that is, but it will be child specific. The anecdotal record is child specific. Any other way how we can record observation? Checklist, yes, event sampling, then artifacts or worksheet. So these are the different ways in which we can record observation. We can see some sample checklists for observations. Like this is your holistic report card will look like also. Yes, listening and speaking. Listens with attention to spoken conversation and stories. So they have divided into 3 quarters. Quarter 1, what will be the grade? Quarter 2 and quarter 3. So this is how it will be decided. Like emergent reading, awareness and meaning, making demonstrate awareness, pretense reading or bonded with books. This is how we differentiate between the child. This is sampling, event sample, observation again recorded. This is the age, everything has been given in detail. You can have a look at it. The incidents also have been mentioned. This is how your report card will have. This is also event sampling is another way of recording observation, which can then further be converted into assessment. Here we can see this is a different processes it talks about. NCF, biological processes, cognitive processes and socio-emotional processes. These all processes are there which helps in the holistic development of a child. Now another term it talks about, this is also a very good term that NCF has told about, pramanas. Let's see, that means it says that you don't learn only by the lecture method. There are different ways of learning or different methods or ways in which a child learning is taking place. What are the different pramanas? First one you see is pratyaksh. What does pratyaksh mean? प्रत्यक्ष जो सामने से देख रहे हैं, तो एक लर्निंग है जो मैं बोल रही हूँ वो आप सुन रहे हैं, so that is प्रत्यक्ष. Okay. Second way of learn, अनुमान. What is that? संभावना. Okay. संभावना, हम अनुमान ले रहे हैं. Okay, ये ऐसा है तो ये ऐसा होगा. Okay. Third one, उपमाना. What is that? ऐसा होता है तो कंपेयर करके एक फाइनल कंपैरिजन. Okay. Okay. Next one, अर्थपट्टी. What is that? Implication, understanding. ऐसा है तो dogs bark जो maths में भी बनाते हैं ना Venn diagrams. This happens, this happens. So this finally implicates that this will happen. Next one is अनुपलब्धि. What is that? तो दिखता नहीं है हम लोग को, है ना? But it is a form of knowledge. And the last one we have is शब्द. शब्द is verbal, whatever we are speaking. So we can see this, अनुमान, inference, उपमान, comparison, अर्थपट्टी, postulates, Anupalabdhi, non-apprehension, the values and all that we are learning. Then Shak, verbal testimony, that means it's not abstract, clarity is there. And then Pratyaksh, perception, taken the perception. Now, it also talks about a curricular structure. Let's look at the curricular structure, because now we've learned the different steps in which how the things are done. Are we tired? Are we tired? No? I didn't hear from the back. Are we tired? No? Are we fresh and ready to learn? Yes? Now whatever we've learned, we just need to know how we need to apply it, or what NCF has told us how the things can be applied. क्योंकि हम लोग सब teachers हैं और class में पढ़ा रहे हैं. So what are the changes that they are bringing? Let's see. It talks about the curricular structure. First one, preparatory stage. कौन सी subjects हैं जो हम preparatory stage में सीख रहे हैं? Language, yes. और क्या है? Mathematics, arts, physical education. बच्चों को दौड़ाना है preparatory stage में, and world around us. These are the subjects that a child should learn. ये 5 सब्जेक्ट बच्चे को सीखना है. वर्ल्ड अराउंड अस, जो कि हम एनवायरमेंटल साइंसेस जिसको बोलते हैं. यस, सो दिस इज द प्रेपरेटरी स्टेज. देन वी आल्सो हैव द मिडिल स्टेज. मिडिल स्टेज में आता है बच्चा, मिडिल स्टेज में क्या क्या सीखता है वो? साइंसेस, मैथमेटिक्स, सोशल साइंस, आर्ट्स एंड ह्यूमैनिटीज. ठीक है, this is all. That means which are we talking about? Class 5 से लेके, that means up till class 8. Okay? And secondary stage. अब secondary stage में according to NCF पहले हमारा था 9, 10 secondary और 11, 12 senior secondary. But NCF क्या बोलता है? This is the secondary stage. Secondary stage कहाँ से कहाँ तक है? It is from class 9 to 12. 9, 10, 11, 12. So what are the subjects that are offered at the secondary stages? Are the essential courses. Essential courses मतलब जैसे अगर साइंस लिया तो क्या लिया हुआ है? फिजिक्स, केमिस्ट्री, मैथ्स, या फिजिक्स, केमिस्ट्री, बायो. ठीक है? एंड देन चॉइस बेस्ड कोर्सेज है, साथ में फिजिकल एजुकेशन लिया है. तो व्हाटएवर इज चॉइस, या HPM लिया है या फाइनेंस लिया है, व्हाटएवर इज द चॉइस ऑफ द चाइल्ड. And last thing it talks about is vocational education, जिस पे NCF का बहुत ज़्यादा stress है. Again, the stress is because population is increasing, jobs are less. They have the children that we are preparing should be skill based. वो कुछ skill सीख के ही निकले स्कूल से, so that they can earn a living for themselves. That is why skill courses have become very, very important. Are you having skill courses in your schools? Yes. What are this AI? Okay.
Coding.
Okay. Discussion. Coding. Okay. Dancing. Okay. All right. Anything else? I think we have so many. Yes, sir. Martial arts. Okay. So these are the different subjects, vocational education that we are talking about. And then arts. Again, art integration. Teaching should involve arts. And then sports. Physical education has become very important, because as the students are sitting, you can see they are becoming obese. Yes, this is also another problem which the children are fighting with, or we are fighting with, the society is taking. This is the curricular structure that NCF is talking about. Let's see it in detail a little. This is the secondary stage. Now, listen here, the technical part it is. The secondary stage will be divided into 2 phases. Broad curricular areas, science, social science, humanities will be offered in grade 9 and 10 to enable the breadth. That means the breadth is increasing, the width is increasing. The number of subjects are increasing. At what level? Grade 9 and 10. So lots of things are being offered. Humanities is separately as being offered in 9 and 10. Social science and science. The disciplines that it is talking about is history, physics, language. Within each curricular area will be offered in grade 11 and 12 to enable the depth. That means what is it saying? When it is talking about secondary courses, it says 9th and 10th, 11th and 12th. 9th and 10th it says variety will be given to the children, but to make them ready for the jobs, in 11 and 12, they should get the depth of the subjects. Okay? Lots of variety so that in 9 and 10 the child comes to know what he is good at or what he can do the best. And then become the best when he studies 11 and 12. Okay? So what are the different subjects that it says about, NCF talks about? 2 essential courses from each of the curricular areas for grade 10 certification. If we want to say, now there was a myth that the CBSE is cancelling the board exams. This should be very clear that nowhere the National Curriculum Framework says that there will be no exams in 10. Rather, what have they said? Grade 9 and 10 they have taken it as one. ठीक है? Grade 9 में जो subjects हैं, कितने subjects हो गए? Let's see. Humanities में से एक subject है, Mathematics and Computing, Vocational Education, Physical Education, Arts Education, Social Science, Science and Interdisciplinary Area. How many? 8. तो class 9 में 8 पढ़े, यही 8 आगे बढ़े class 10 में, मतलब class 10 के certification के लिए कितने पेपर बच्चे को पास करने हैं? 16 papers. Am I clear with that? Grade 9 and 10 में अगर करना है तो 9 के 8 papers. What are those 8 papers? I just read it out to you. And वही 10 में पढ़ रहे हैं. That means अगर grade 10 का certification चाहिए तो उसके ऊपर 16 papers clear होने चाहिए. Same applies with 11 and 12 also. Yes. But यहाँ पे variety है. You can see the variety is with mathematics and computing. Vocational education has become a must. Physical education is a must. Arts education is there. Social science is there. Science is there. And interdisciplinary areas are also there. Okay. Board exam of grade 10. As again I said that there is nothing like this which says that there will be no board exams. Assessments will be there. The pattern may change, but the board exams will be there. Okay? Again, as I just now explained, grade 9 and 10 will follow an annual structure. A semester structure, and again with 18 papers have to be passed. Let's look at what happens for 11 and 12 students. 9 and 10. Now let's see what happens for 11 and 12. This phase of the secondary stage would be divided into semesters and each choice-based course would be for a semester. Students must complete 60 choice-based courses to complete grade 12. Again here, 8 papers for class 11 and 8 papers for class 12. That is 16, but this is choice-based because here we are talking depth of the knowledge. Then only the students will become competency, then develop competency. And when they develop, again come back, where did we start with? Aims of the education. For aims of the education, what do we need to do? Curricular goals should be set. Curricular goals are set. What happens? The child develops competency. अगर वो competency develop करता है, then we get the final learning outcome. Okay? That is why अब उसी को इन्होंने इसमें अप्लाई किया है कि 9 and 10 में हमने अपने करिकुलर गोल हमने बच्चा जब छोटा था तभी से डेवलप कर लिए. अपने करिकुलर गोल से बच्चे का डेवलपमेंट होता रहा. होलिस्टिक डेवलपमेंट. हाउ इज दैट होलिस्टिक डेवलपमेंट? Playing by through playway methods, interesting methods, interacting methods. ठीक है? We reached our curricular goals and when they reached the curricular goals, what happened? They developed competencies and when the competency was developed, we finally get good doctors, good engineers. That is learning outcome is okay. To ensure that students are adequate bred, they have to choose discipline from at least 3 curricular areas. To ensure depth, when they choose a discipline, they have to complete 4 choice-based courses in that discipline. In the case of vocational areas, these 4 courses should equip that student to enter the world of work in that particular vocation. Now this is something very important that we have. Again I am reading it. In the case of vocational areas, these 4 courses should equip the student to enter the world of work in that particular vocation. That means job ready students. We need to create job ready students. The 4th set of courses could be from one of the 3 curricular areas already chosen or from a completely different one. Modular board exams will be offered as opposed to a single examination at the end of the year. The final certification will be based on the cumulative result of each of the examination. अभी हमने तो एक तरफ हम बोल रहे हैं बच्चे पे स्ट्रेस कम करना है and then we are talking about so many different papers. तो स्ट्रेस भी दूर करने के लिए NCF ने तरीका दिया है. What is the way how to reduce the stress? अब एक बार के एग्जाम से रिजल्ट नहीं है. The board exam will be conducted twice a year. साल में 2 बार होगा. अगर कोई बच्चा एक बार नहीं दे पाता है वो सेकंड टाइम दे सकता है. पहली बार में उसके मार्क्स कम है, वो अपने आप को मार्क नहीं कर सकता है, तो उसको इम्प्रूव भी कर सकता है सेकंड में. जो प्रपोज्ड है वो नवंबर के बाद है, अराउंड दिसंबर में, नवंबर दिसंबर में द फर्स्ट एग्जाम, और जो नेक्स्ट एग्जाम दैट इज इन फरवरी मार्च. ओके, और जो भी बेटर स्कोर होगा वही स्कोर फाइनली स्टूडेंट को मिलेगा. So that stress of exam gets reduced. माना बच्चा बीमार हो जाए, that is quite natural. So what happened was till now that वही एग्जाम था जो बच्चे के लिए डिसाइडिंग फैक्टर रहता था. तो अब CBSE is giving 2 chances. तो बोर्ड एग्जाम्स 2 अभी नहीं हो रहे हैं. Instead what are they giving? Twice a chance they are giving so as to remove or reduce the stress. So hence we have, and then the types of questions are also going to change. The types of questions change because they want to, competency has to be developed. Let's see how does it talk about humanities. In humanities, what are the disciplines? We said now 16 papers, so let's see. Humanities is talks about if a child has taken humanities, languages, literature and philosophy. If a child takes social science can be history, geography, political science, psychology, economics and sociology. Science, if we are talking about, it is physics, chemistry and biology. Mathematics and computing, mathematics, computer science, business mathematics. Another new thing that we have is business mathematics. Then arts, which includes music, dance, theatre, sculpture, painting, film appreciation, script writing, set design. Then we also have vocational education. Again, vocational education we just now discussed. Already vocational courses have started and they are going on. Any of the schools is following PMKY in their schools? Prime Minister Kaushal Vikas Yojana? No school has taken up?
Initiation is taken.
Huh?
Initiation is taken.
Then NGM has taken. Okay. That is also a very, even in our school we have taken it, and this is our 3rd batch that we have taken. 2 batches we had, and I will tell you teachers, please, it should be taken. It is our social responsibility also that apart from the growth of our children, we also should look at those children who are not getting so much opportunities to do. हमारे स्कूल में हमारा ये 3rd बैच चल रहा है. 2 बैच जो हम लोगों ने किए, एक बैच में हमने जो आसपास की लड़की जो हमारे क्लास 4th ग्रेड थे उनसे बोला उनके आसपास कोई है जिसने बीच में एजुकेशन छूट गई है, तो हमने उन्हें फर्स्ट वाले में स्टिचिंग सिखाया था, सेकंड वाले में एम्ब्रॉयडरी सिखाया था. एंड वेरी हैप्पीली आई टेल यू दैट वो जो दोनों बैच की लड़कियां थी, हम लोगों ने कम से कम 20 की लड़की लोगों को ट्रेन किया था. एंड ऑल दोस गर्ल्स they have started working in places, different places have started working also. और अभी जो हम करें so as to parallel चीजें हो रही थी. 2 batches we did with embroidery and stitching. अब जो 3rd batch हम लोगों ने शुरू किया है that is basically based on digital learning. मतलब we are going in for graphic designing. Graphic designing we are teaching them and telecom e-waste handler. स्कूली का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर यूज होता है और ये हम लोग सिखाते हैं जस्ट आफ्टर स्कूल. जैसे स्कूल गेट ओवर होता है उस वोकेशनल कोर्स को सिखाते हैं. एंड देयर आर स्टूडेंट्स इन विच ऑफ आवर ओन स्कूल आल्सो हु हैव पार्टिसिपेटेड, और उनके साथ बाहर से वो बच्चे आके सीख रहे हैं जिनका पढ़ाई किसी कारण से छूट गया और किसी वजह से वो नहीं कर पाए. And one of the teachers of our graphic designer is here also. Vasant, will you stand up and share our, yes, ये हमारे पढ़ाते हैं और graphic designer. Vasant, I request you to come here and just share your experience so that it can flow everywhere. Please come, Vasant. हमारी मल्टीटास्किंग करते हैं तो ये ग्राफिक डिजाइनर भी है. He has a course everything. And इस वाली योजना में everything is being coordinated with the government itself. PMKY as the name is there. So it is being done along that. Yes, Basant, please share how's your experience in teaching all those kind of students.
Good afternoon everyone. वो जो भी स्टूडेंट हैं हमारे जो आउटसाइड से आते हैं जिन्होंने अपनी स्कूलिंग छोड़ दी थी किसी रीजन से, वो बहुत ही लो फील कर रहे थे अपने हमारे स्टूडेंट्स के साथ, लेकिन हमने उनको काफ़ी इतना एज दिया ताकि वो कॉन्फिडेंट फील करें और चीज़ों को अच्छे से ले पाए। और हम लोगों ने अपना इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर दिया है उन्हें, और उस लेवल पे हम लैंग्वेज और उनको एक्टिविटीज़ वगैरह करा के उनको इतना
ओके बसंत, कैन यू टेल मी अभी जो लास्ट तुमने करवाया था उसमें उन्हें क्या सिखाया और क्या सीख गए? जैसे वो आए थे और अभी जो तुमने मुझे लास्ट प्रोजेक्ट सिखाया था उन्होंने क्या सीखा तुम्हारे? क्या
ग्राफिक डिजाइन में हम लोग अभी लोगो डिजाइनिंग, बिजनेस कैसे स्टार्ट करना है, क्या क्या उसकी यूएसपीज होनी चाहिए। मान लीजिए कि हम अगर कोई बिजनेस स्टार्ट कर रहे हैं तो मार्केट में हम किस तरह से गैप ढूंढेंगे, किस तरह से हम एक नया बिजनेस स्टार्ट करेंगे, उसकी यूएसपीज क्या होगी, कैसे हम उसकी डिजिटल मार्केटिंग करेंगे, कैसे हम लोगों तक अपना मैसेज पहुंचा पाएंगे कि वो हमारा ही प्रोडक्ट क्यों चूज करें, और किस तरह से हम उसके लिए फंडिंग जनरेट करेंगे। इन सारी चीज़ों पे हम फोकस कर रहे हैं, ये सारी चीज़ सिखाया जा रहा है। तो अभी लास्ट एक्टिविटी में उन्होंने कुछ यूएसपीज बनाया था, कुछ कंपनीज अपनी बनाई थी, कुछ प्रोडक्ट्स बनाए थे, उसके लोगो डिज़ाइन वगैरह हुए हैं, और आगे और भी हम इसकी मार्केटिंग वगैरह पे बात करेंगे और सीखेंगे।
Thank you so much, Basant. And he's a man of a few words. So I tell you what he has done basically. इसने उन बच्चों को सिखाया और बोला कि तुम्हें जो चीज सबसे ज्यादा अट्रैक्ट करती है वो उनके ऊपर छोड़ दिया। मतलब मुझे लगता है ये सारे स्किल्स वहाँ पे पुट अप है। जो तुम्हें सबसे अच्छा लगता है या जो तुम्हें लगता है उसमें तुम बिजनेस कर सकते हो, उसको सोच के उसका लोगो बनाओ। तो डिफरेंट बैकग्राउंड से बच्चे आते हैं। तो कोई लड़की लड़की आती थी तो उसने बनाया फैशन के ऊपर, तो सच ब्यूटीफुल लोगो, आई कैन नॉट टेल यू। लोगो एंड फैशन डिजाइनिंग करके शी स्टेट कि कैसे आप होल बिजनेस प्रपोजल बनाए कि कैसे हम उसको आगे ले सकते हैं। किसी ने बोला घर में मम्मी कबाब बनाती होगी या तो कबाब के ऊपर बनाया एंड वंडरफुल नेम्स दे हैव गिवन हाउ इट कैन बी। और अगर सब चीज वी आर एबल, वी आर प्लानिंग, जो हमारे प्लान्स है कि विल हेल्प देम टू सेट दोस बिजनेस एंड आई थिंक अ ग्रेट वर्क दैट पर्सन इज डूइंग। सो प्राउड ऑफ हिम। And this is the extra work that he does apart from the school work, and इसका कोई पेमेंट नहीं है, ये भी मैं बता देती हूँ। There is no payment for this, but that satisfaction that we get, because सब चले जाते हैं, but we are the ones who stay for those children, isn't it, Basant? But we get a satisfaction, real satisfaction that we are doing this. I think all of you should get involved with all these works that are happening. Okay, and further move on this. This is the different subjects that we were talking about. Then it says mathematics and computing. It is talking the 8 subjects that we talked about, or the 16 papers. Mathematics, computer science, business mathematics. Arts, it talks about music, dance, theatre, sculpture. Vocational education we already talked about. Sports we know. Different games that we are talking about. Now again and again it talks about interdisciplinary areas, which is something new as a subject. It is, we are doing that, but as a subject that is brought up. Interdisciplinary area says commerce, sustainability and climate change, that is environmental education. पहले भी होता था पर इधर कुछ किताबों से हट गया था कुछ सालों से. That is again come up. So environmental education is a subject and interdisciplinary subject which is going to become compulsory according to NCA. अगर हम NCA follow करेंगे तो ये एक subject हो जाएगा environmental education. Okay? Then we have health, public and community health, media and journalism, family and community sciences, the correct form of home science, knowledge of India, Indian knowledge, traditions and practices, Indian knowledge system, legal studies, and as it goes on, other areas can be developed. But ये paper एक होगा interdisciplinary. Alright? So you can see the 8 work. ये इसमें करने हैं तो हमें total कितने papers pass करने होंगे बच्चे को? 16. So as to get the certificate that is passed. This is suggestive that NCF has given. Many things can be taken up, though all the things are not possible, but they are suggestive. Now this is time allocation, how the time has to be allotted. We can see they've started the school from 9:30 and it goes on to 14:30. We can see 2:30 till 2:30. So 45 minutes says there should be a conversation or a circle time. Circle time conversation among the students, among peers, students and teachers. This is the first thing. Then it says 15 minutes snack break, and then it says another 15 minutes rhyme, song, music, movement. Child should be moving, and then concept time of pre-numeracy is up to the junior children, pre-nursery, KG, LKG, UKG. 1 hour. That means about the digits the child is supposed. They've taken care for all these things. They have given proper time. 1 hour has been given. Then 30 minutes for arts, craft, free play. Then corner time, that means among the peers, as we saw the classroom that they've given. Lunch break of 45 minutes, but then it says those who are of the age 3 to 4, pre-nursery, nursery students, they need to go home. That is the time is over. And after that, 1 o'clock, we can see 1:45 to 2:30, 45 minutes, it's story time. And then it is outdoor play. Agar ye wala chalega activities, imagine how happy the students will be. And education hui ki nahi? Hui na? Numeracy bhi hui, everything is there, and they will be so happy that they have enough snack time, they have enough lunch break, and everything is there. So this is one suggestive way, the timetable. So again, we have two different schools ways. It could be winter-bound schools, it could be summer-bound schools, so the timing can vary. Yes? The morning schools and so on. For the foundation stage, again the timetable that has been given is from 9:30 to 10:15, 45 minutes circle time, 10:15 to 10:30 snack break, again then work time 1 hour 45 minutes, because foundation matlab pre-nursery se aap upar aa rahe hain, alright? Okay, so and then art, craft, sports, free play, then 45 minutes lunch break, again it says ages 3 to 4 can go home. And then 1 hour 15 minutes language and emergent literacy. Which part do you like the best out of all this? Is it a balanced timetable or not? Is it balanced? Yes, you feel it's balanced? Okay, good enough. Then preparatory stage we come to classes 3 onwards. Here we have 9 to 9:30 again circle time. Now see how the things are changing slowly. Next what happened? From 9:30 to 10 we can see oral language. Then 10 to 10:30 we can see word recognition. Again 8:20 to 10:35, 15 minutes snack time. 1 hour mathematics. Now as the subjects increase, art and craft has been introduced 30 minutes. Then 30 minutes the first language. What was language 1? Malayalam. Yes. So everything, reading, writing, word recognition, oral language is being done in your mother tongue of the child. So the child understands better. And then lunch break of 45 minutes. Nowadays, how much time do you have lunch break in your schools? 20 minutes. Because 20 minutes was the time that was given by CBSE. So everybody has that 20 minutes. But now they've changed it. Yes, we can see 45 minutes lunch break. When I read this, I just feel the happiness the students will have, isn't it? 20 minutes में they always say खा भी नहीं पाते हैं ठीक से, खा भी लेंगे खेल भी लेंगे, खा भी लेंगे बचा भी लेंगे, yes. And then second language, that is oral language, and it goes on till 2:30, yes. Here again they have mentioned the different languages, arts, gardening, sports. You can see the variety is increasing as we are moving on. This is the annual time and period allocation, how much annual hours we should give at annual periods. These are all suggestive, but it has included everything. Now L1, as we move on further, L1 changed to L2 and then L2 changed to L3. Similarly, you can see it as R1, R2, R3, because now the child is supposed to have learned it in the beginning of the years. Here you can see, this is the period allocation, this is secondary stage time allocation, everything has been taken care of. R1 is what? What is R1? First reading and writing, language. What is R2? Second language. Yes, that is the second language. Mathematics, of course. Then arts, arts education. E stands for physical education. Science is there. SS stands for social science. और IDS stands for, come on. अभी हमने बोला एक नया subject introduce हो रहा है. What is that? Interdisciplinary. Yes, we are all good students, isn't it? Interdisciplinary subject. And B, vocational education. Okay, this is the secondary stage. This is for grade 9 and 10. You can see everything has been included, and they have started the time from 8. Here, again, as it says that this is basically 1635. We don't need to get into a shock. This is just talking about residential school. Yes, because in the normal school this much is not possible. So it is basically talking about residential school. Age of admission. Now, our NCF is very particular. National Curriculum Framework is very particular about the age. Why it is particular about the age? It says कि अगर एक महीने का भी बच्चे में फर्क है, उसकी जो cognitive ability है, mental ability है, that changes. तो right time में, right age में admission होना चाहिए. Okay? So that is what it talks about. The admission, that is why it has included now preparatory stage, pre-nursery, Bal Vatika, all that has been introduced. Safety and security of children is very, very important. Yes? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes? चलो एक वीडियो देखते हैं और देखते हैं कितनी important है. Let's see safety and security of children. A safe school is a right of every child. Let's see what is the impact on a child if the school is not safe.
Yeah. Don't forget your tiffin box, Anita.
Wait, Anita. The other day I saw some underage boys driving recklessly and they met with an accident. Please be careful. Take care, dear.
Huh? I understand your concern, Papa. I'll be careful. Bye-bye.
Where are you headed, beautiful? Can we get a smile? Oh, so you are just going to ignore us, huh? You are ugly anyway.
Are you okay, Anita? What's the matter? On my way to school, a group of boys whistled at me and passed bad comments at me. This has been happening since a week, and I don't know what to do.
That's terrible. Have you tried to talk to your parents?
I fear that they may ask me to discontinue school.
Anita, I think you should talk to our class teacher. I'm sure she will be able to help you. Neerav and I will accompany you.
Hello students, how may I help you?
Ma'am, we are all here with our friend to support her. Go on, Anita. We are all with you.
It's alright, Channel. I'm alone here, so please feel free to share. Don't be afraid.
Since a week on my way to school, a group of older boys whistled at me and were passing comments that scared me. I'm afraid to share this with my parents.
Ma'am, I do want to share something.
Yes, Neerav. Please tell me.
A few days ago, our school bus conductor forced me to sit next to him. He touched me and I felt uncomfortable. I tried to move, but he wouldn't loosen his grip. He said that he would punish me if I told anyone. I was very scared.
I'm sorry that this has been happening. This matter is becoming very serious. Yesterday, a student complained that during the games period, a boy from a senior class punched him and kicked him in the playground. Students, violence can be physical, sexual or psychological and can happen in and around schools. Violence can happen in unsupervised places within school playgrounds. isolated rooms and empty hallways. It is important to be aware and seek help. You both have been very brave and I'm glad you spoke out. We must seek help from the principal.
Come in.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, ma'am.
Sir, I need to talk to you about something very important. A while ago.
What?
Sir, you will agree that violence is harmful to a child's development and may lead to anxiety, poor academic performance, higher absenteeism, and social withdrawal. We must do something.
This is very unfortunate. Thank you for sharing this with me. Violence cannot be tolerated inside or outside our school premises. I will make sure that we take strict action.
We can also collaborate with students, teachers, PTAs, and local community leaders to develop a campaign to promote safe learning environments. This will ensure that incidents that Anita and Mira faced do not happen again.
That is an excellent idea. Good morning, everyone. Today I would like to draw your attention to an important issue: violence. Violence impacts a child's mental and physical health negatively. Violence deters our school's core purpose, which is to ensure the well-being and all-round development of each student. Students, you have the right to be safe from violence and abuse. Please speak out against violence until your voices are heard. Be supportive of your peers and help them speak out. Reena ma'am, would you also like to say something?
Students, please do not be afraid. We are here to support you. We have installed a drop box where you can report violence. We will investigate your complaint and take necessary action. You can also call 1098, a child line working for children's safety.
Thank you, Reena ma'am. Students, you can also come to my office directly if you want to share something. Be safe.
We owe our children a life free from violence. As responsible parents, teachers, and community leaders, we must listen to them carefully. We must not blame them. The entire community must create an environment where children are safe from violence, injuries, and accidents. Let us all work together in ensuring a safe, secure, and vibrant learning environment for our children.
Yes, safety and security is important. Yes, anybody wants to speak for this? Safety and security in school? Video correct, anybody wants to speak? No? Yes.
Actually, we are thankful to our school management or the people. They used to give the 6 hours or the 7 hours in the school premises, and they are free. They feel free. So the teachers are the major role and major concern are there. So you can make yourself, अपने आप का feet खुद दबा लीजिए. Because of you people, no management or the other people are there. Because of you people, the parents are free. कि 6 घंटे 7 घंटे स्कूल में बच्चे रहते हैं और उनको विश्वास भी रहता है कि अगर कोई परेशानी आएगी तो बच्चे भी अपने शिक्षक से बोल पाते हैं, हिचकिचाते भी नहीं। और इसके लिए लोग कहते हैं कि हम स्कूल में पढ़ाने आते हैं और आप 6 घंटे के लिए नहीं हैं, आप 24 आवर के लिए हैं, बच्चों से जुड़े हुए हैं। और अगर बच्चे आपसे कुछ कर पाते हैं, इसमें आपका योगदान है और इसको बनाए रखना है।
Safety and security in the school is very, very much important, isn't it? Because parents are also having that belief and that trust. Okay, why is it important? Let's see what NCF speaks about. It says school safety plan, individually safety and disaster preparedness should be there. Therefore, disaster management also has become very, very important now. And it also says that to make this school a safe school, there should be emergency drills. That should be done. Emergency drills in the school should be done. Entry and exit protocols, CCTV surveillance is very, very important. Because with the coming of technology, the students and everybody has become smarter. And the use of technology can be in a positive way as well as in a negative way also. So CCTVs are very necessary so that we know that everywhere what is happening at every nook and corner. Then self-defense training to the students. This is very, very important. To have a safe and secure school, we should see that the students are becoming independent and they are having some self-defense measures they are made to learn. Maybe in the PE classes, the PE teachers can teach them. Empowerment of PTA to tell them about the safety measures, parent-teacher meetings, access control of different areas and staff counseling is very necessary. And another very important thing is the student should be knowing about the good and bad touch. Yes, that is very, very important. There are many vendors that come from outside, you have class 4 staff and you have sleepers and everywhere. So the student also needs to be knowing what is good and what is bad. So that bad touch and good touch should be talked about. It should not be that the teachers are not talking about it. It should be spoken about and make the students aware about it. And when you make the students aware about, should be the first step, and then also teach them self-defense techniques. Make the environment of the school such a way, NCF says, that the student is able to come and tell their teachers if they face any such kind of problem. So they are, all preparedness is very, very important in all the ways. These are 10 questions that WHO has put in to identify whether because what did we start with? We started with the holistic development of the child, isn't it? So when we talk about holistic development of the child, after doing everything, after setting the aims of education, after the curricular goals have been set up, after that competencies or skills have been developed, learning outcomes are developed, how will we assess that the child is at par with others or there is a delay? There are 10 questions that have been put up that the school needs to answer. First one, it says, compared with other children, did the child have any serious delay in sitting, standing or walking? Yes? So this is one place where that assessment can be done. Then WHO also says that compared with other children, does the child have difficulty in seeing either in the daytime or at night? And it also says, does the child appear to have difficulty in hearing? Okay, so you can see these are the problems. The problems are not that a child has got 90 marks and another has got 60 marks. That is not a delay in learning. These are the delays in learning. Yes? Then it also says, WHO says, when you tell the child to do something, does she seem to not understand what you are saying? Next it says, does the child have difficulty in walking or moving her arms, or does she or he have weakness and or stiffness in the arms or legs? It also says that does the child sometimes have fits, becomes rigid or loses consciousness? It also says, does the child learn to do things like other children her or his age? Then it says, does the child speak at all? Can he or she make herself understand in words? Can he or she say any recognizable words? Or is it not clear? If it's not clear, then it means it's a problem. Then WHO also says that for 3 to 9-year-olds, ask, is the child's speech in any way different from the normal, not clear enough to be understood by people other than her immediate family? For 2-year-old, ask, can she name at least one object? For example, an animal, a toy, a cup or a spoon. So if a 2-year child is not able to name at least one object, that means or that tells, yes, there is a problem. Yes? Compared with other children of her age, does the child appear in any way dull or slow? So these are the parameters that WHO has given whether to find out that the holistic development of the child is going on or not, or is there a delay. So No, so we do not say, we never say it's impossible. How do we assess the child? Remember, how did we assess the child? Different levels, yes? Level 1 was beginner, and then progressive, next proficient, and then advanced. Okay? So this is how the different levels that we talk about. Okay? NCF is also very particular about the pupil-student ratio in the classes. Yes? And I think 3 years time CBSE has given that we need to clear up pupil-student ratio in our classes. First, what is the ratio that it says for one teacher? 1.5 section, isn't it? For 1.5 section per, that is one teacher. That means पहले वो क्या word use करता था? Optimum. अब वो हटा दिया गया है. उसने 3 साल का टाइम दिया है कि हर क्लास में 40 स्टूडेंट से ज़्यादा नहीं होने चाहिए. Optimum में लोगों ने क्या समझा? स्कूल ने क्या समझा? 40 से 45 ऑप्टिमम 50 भी पहुंच गए. कोई स्कूल समझते हैं 55, 60 तक ही पहुंचे हैं. तो समझ गया कि ऑप्टिमम का बहुत फायदा उठा रहे हैं. ओके? तो what does it come out to be? 40. And 40 भी इसलिए करें अगर if you go to foreign countries वहाँ तो 20 होता है, isn't it? इसलिए करें because we have a large population, isn't it? To cater to that large population, therefore the optimum ratio is 40 in a particular class. So I think everybody is now, every school is working towards it that we don't have more than 40 students in a class. So this pupil-student ratio is very very important. और उसके साथ में एक बात और बोली, I'll just read it out. रेशियो के चक्कर में ऐसा नहीं है कि विदाउट क्वालिफाइड टीचर्स आर टेकन है. टीचर्स शुड बी प्रॉपर्ली क्वालिफाइड एंड दे शुड बी प्रॉपर्ली ट्रेन्ड. सो इट सेज इट इज वाइडली अंडरस्टूड एंड एक्सेप्टेड that the right pupil-teacher ratio (PTR) enables individual attention by the teachers and therefore can increase the student engagement and achievement. One important caveat is that reducing the pupil-student ratio does not imply that filling the school with underqualified and contractual teachers. Yes, this is something very important. And then it says PTR must be improved through the appointment and professional development of qualified teachers. Yes, so ये professional development ही है that it is talking about the trainings that are going on, isn't it? We give our holidays, we give our Sundays and everything for getting trained. So we together are working towards to create children, good children, because अगर बच्चे अच्छे होंगे तो अपने आप सोसाइटी अच्छी होगी, सोसाइटी अच्छी होती है तो अपने आप ही नेशन ग्रो करता है, नेशन ग्रो करता है जैसे बोलते हैं we are going to be leaders for the whole world, isn't it? We were and we are aiming towards going to be the leaders for the whole world. तो कहाँ से शुरू करना है आपने? अपने फाउंडेशन से. फाउंडेशन से शुरू करना है तो हमें बहुत सारी चीजें हैं जिनमें हमें वापस आना है. Yes, एम्स ऑफ एजुकेशन. कौन से कोर्स है? एक क्विक रिविजन करते हैं. कौन से कोर्स? कितने कोर्स हैं जो हमें फॉलो करने हैं? 5 कोर्स. टर्म क्या था? 5 कोर्स. 5 कोर्स में क्या क्या इंक्लूडेड है? Okay, all right. Yes, sir. Perfect. Physical development. Okay. Or social development. Or cognitive development. Culture, aesthetic and culture development.
Art integration.
Yes, sir. Art. Yes, art. That is aesthetic. है ना? Aesthetic and culture development. All these things are very very important. ये 5 कोर्स कैसे डेवलप होगा? कैसे डेवलप होगा ये 5 कोर्स? एम्स ऑफ एजुकेशन कैसे अचीव होंगे? थ्रू करिकुलर गोल्स. यस, करिकुलर गोल्स अटेन करेंगे तो किस तरह से करिकुलर गोल्स अटेन होते हैं? थ्रू क्या अटेन होगा? कॉम्पिटेंसीज, मतलब स्किल बेस्ड. और कॉम्पिटेंसी आएगी बच्चों में तो क्या होगा? लर्निंग आउटकम अचीव होंगे, मतलब कि अपने वोकेशन में जहां भी रहेंगे दे आर गोइंग टू डू वेल. We also learned about the circle. What was that circle? धर्म. कैसी एजुकेशन होनी चाहिए? मतलब जो पढ़ा रहे हैं उसमें वैल्यूज भी होने चाहिए. धर्म थ्रू एजुकेशन धर्म को कहाँ मिल जाएगी? उससे क्या करना है? Yes, art. लेकिन अगर करेक्ट डिजायर्स है तो फाइनली वो विल अचीव
हैप्पीनेस
बहुत तो हैप्पीनेस नहीं है, दैट इज ब्लिस, स्पिरिचुअल ब्लिस. Bliss is a step ahead than happiness. With bliss, what happens with happiness? There is also contentment, there is also satisfaction, जो कि बहुत जरूरी है आजकल के वर्ल्ड में. Yes? So can we achieve it? Yes? Can we? Are we excited to put all this in our day-to-day life? Games हम include करेंगे? अच्छा, एक गेम आप लोग बता दीजिए जो आप लोग जरूर करेंगे अपनी क्लास में. Yes, any game that you decided कि ये गेम तो मैं अपनी क्लास में जरूर खिलाएं. अच्छा, फायर इन द माउंटेन, ये तो नेशनल एंड अगर प्रिंसिपल ने पूछा भी क्यों किया तो वेयर इज इट? नेशनल करिकुलम फ्रेमवर्क. तो पूरा स्कूल, पूरा एजुकेशन सिस्टम उसमें वर्क कर रहा है. So we can play fire in the mountain, isn't it? Okay, so everybody seems to be inspired by that game. और you understand कि क्यों आपको अच्छा लगा? Because you played it here, isn't it? अगर जो that means more we involve the children are going to be more happy with that. Yes? Okay. I'll just show you a video here. And I would like to have your comments on this video. Just see, okay?
बागपुर गांव की पाठशाला. यहाँ बच्चे बहुत कुछ सीखते हैं और सिखाते भी हैं.
ये कहानी है राजकुमारी की. उसकी लाडली थी. वो खूब चंचल और निडर थी. एक दिन वो बागीचे में खेल रही थी. तभी उसे वहां पर लाल, नीले, पीले, हरे पंखों वाली एक तितली दिख जाती है. फिर क्या था? राजकुमारी तितली को पकड़ने की कोशिश करने लगती है. तितली आगे आगे, राजकुमारी पीछे पीछे. तितली आगे, राजकुमारी पीछे. आगे पीछे, आगे पीछे, और तितली गायब. अब राजकुमारी रुक जाती है और देखती है कि वो एक घने जंगल में आ गई.
फिर क्या हुआ मैम?
फिर तुम बताओ क्या हुआ? कहानी की शुरुआत तो मैंने कर दी, पर अब इसका अंत आप लोग तय करेंगे. अब क्या राजकुमारी घर पहुंच पाई? क्या राजकुमारी की मदद करने के लिए वहां पे कोई आया? राजकुमारी अब आगे क्या करेगी? चलो, कौन कौन बताएगा कि आगे क्या हुआ?
हाँ मैम, शक्तिमान आए. मैम बिस्कुट बिस्कुट करते हुए प्राणी राजकुमारी को लेगा बचा के.
शक्तिमान, बहुत अच्छे. और कौन बताएगा कि क्या हुआ?
मैम पुलिस अंकल ने राजकुमारी को बचा लिया.
पुलिस अंकल ने. और
मैम उसके पापा ने सारे जानवरों से लड़के राजकुमारी को बचा लिया.
पापा ने बचाया. और सोचो क्या होगा?
मैम फौजी भैया ने.
फौजी भैया ने बचा लिया. अरे वाह. मोनू, तुम बाहर क्यों देख रहे हो? चलो, तुम बताओ कि राजकुमारी की मदद किसने की?
किसी ने नहीं बचाया राजकुमारी को.
शांत हो जाओ तुम लोग. ऐसा क्यों कह रहे हो मोनू?
क्योंकि राजकुमारी बहुत हिम्मत वाली और तेज है और उसे डर भी नहीं लगता और वो पेड़ पर भी चढ़ सकती है. उसने अंदर आकर खुद ही ढूंढ लिया होगा.
ये हुई ना बात. तो क्या उस राजकुमारी की तरह इस क्लास की हर राजकुमारी भी मुश्किलों का सामना खुद से कर सकती है?
और हर राजकुमारी भी.
अरे वाह, यहाँ तो सब लोग बहुत बहादुर हैं. सब लोग अपने लिए ताली बजाएंगे. बहुत अच्छे.
समय आ गया है बरसों से चली आ रही कहानियों को एक नई दिशा देने की. हर बच्चे को अपनी जिंदगी की डोर खुद पकड़ने दें. उन्हें आत्मनिर्भर बनाएं. खुला है आसमान, खुली रहने दो सोच. फर्क लड़के लड़की का नहीं, फर्क है सोच का। आइए सोच बदलते हैं।
यस, आज का पूरा नेशनल करिकुलम फ्रेमवर्क का एंड है। What kind of students? Yes, I will not speak. I want you to hear from you all. Anybody who's not spoken till now? Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. इस वीडियो से हमें सीख मिला कि इंडिपेंडेंस सभी को बनना चाहिए, आत्मनिर्भर बनना चाहिए, दूसरे पर डिपेंड नहीं होना चाहिए। हम लोग बच्चे को प्रोवाइड करना है।
Thank you so much. अब स्टोरी के एंड चेंज होने हैं, है ना? Yes.
चैलेंज को एक्सेप्ट करना सीखना है।
Yes, anybody else?
गुड आफ्टरनून टू ऑल। सबके अंदर एक अलग खूबी होती है, उस खूबी को पहचानिए और बाहर निकालिए।
Abhi, when we were talking about National Curriculum Framework, what did we say? I do it and you watch. Remember, what was the last GRR? याद है? GRR, isn't it? Yes, make them independent, isn't it? What was the full form of GRR? Gradually release responsibly, isn't it? That is, it is a big example here. That means this is what we do. Okay. So did we learn anything today? Yes. थोड़ा assessment हो जाए? Yes or no? Yes, definitely. Let's see. कहीं कोई इसका वो नहीं है, लेकिन let's see whether we've learned anything. हमने अगर अपना Sunday दिया, because Sunday is very precious to us, isn't it? It is a family time, isn't it? So let's see. हमने दिया है तो हमने कुछ सीखा है कि नहीं सीखा है. Okay. So we'll just have, I'll pass on the question papers. उसी में mark कर लीजिएगा नाम वगैरह सब अपना लिख लीजिए. सब कुछ जो आपको है.
आगे वाला आप लोग टिकट डाउनलोड करें। मैम को देखिए, हमको भी मैम जल्दी मैम बुला कर नहीं वो टेली फोटो में डाल के डाउनलोड करना मिला है। टाइम देना पड़ेगा।
writing, have you completed? I love the serious work that was going on. It is very impressive. Everybody seriously doing it. Okay. So, I would request, everybody is finished or anybody wants extra time? No? Acha. So, can we exchange the papers with each other? Just exchange correction bhi abhi kar lete hain. Okay? Let's do it honestly, after all we are teachers. Isn't it? Chalo. Just exchange it with each other. 5 more minutes, okay? Just ensure that your own paper is not in your hands. Okay? Just exchange with others.
Second part में दस मिनट पे आपकी
Should we? Because I think now everybody is a little hungry, yes? Okay, it's lunch time, huh? Okay, so I'll just read it out and you can just tell me that. Let's start with the first one. The first thing said, what is the primary aim of assessment in the culture of our schooling system according to NCF 2023? Primary aim of assessment. What was the answer? Rote learning. Primary aim of assessment. D. Yes. The answer was second. Yeah, correct. To promote higher order skills and learning. Isn't it? Should be hard. Yes, stick लगाइए फटाफट. Okay. चलो, let's go on to the next one. What are the 3 approaches to assessments mentioned in NCF 2023?
Aim as C.
Answer is C. Yes. My Lord, Ajay has also learned. Wow, right? Okay. What kind of learning is this? This is indirect learning, isn't it? We learned the different types now. Okay. So the answer is assessment as learning, assessment for learning, and assessment of learning. The third one, next question was, what type of assessment aims to provide ongoing feedback and support better student learning and teaching practices? For learning. Which one? For learning. Perfect. Yes, we have such an excellent class. Assessment for learning. Very good. Next one was, what is the full form of Nipun? I think we all have learned. C. Perfect. Yes. So happiness is really very precious for me. Very good. National Initiative for Proficiency in Reading with Understanding and Numeracy. तो जल्दी से दीक्षा का full form भी बता दीजिए. Because when I asked nobody knew it. दीक्षा का full form? Digital infrastructure for sharing information. Knowledge and yes, information. Okay. Very good. Next one is the 5 steps of learning process. Panchayat. Yes. Aditi, both, Abhyas, Prayog and Prasad. अच्छा Aditi का क्या मतलब था? What does the Aditi mean? Introduction. Both. Understanding. Isn't it? Abhyas. Practice. Prayog. Application. Yes. And Prasad. Teaching others, yes? Spreading it out or teaching others. That was the ultimate aim, isn't it? giving grades. Okay. Next one. What is the key purpose of a holistic progress card in the schooling system?
To involve parents.
Yes, to involve parents in their children's education and development. Okay. The ladies there are very intelligent. All answers they are getting correct. Okay, great. Okay. Next one. According to NCF 2023, what is the primary purpose of assessment in education? Oh, sorry. Question number 8. What is the key challenge of the current assessment system? Very competency to be developing, na? C. It is mechanical and promotes rote learning. That's what.
हमने तो we are to doing already.
We need to now focus on competency based. Okay.
Next one, right?
According to NCF 2023, what is the primary purpose of assessment in education? C. To continuously revise the teaching learning process for better learning and development. Okay. Next one. What does NCF 2023 recommend to reduce the stress of board examinations? D. What? No. What does NCF recommend to reduce the stress and A तो नहीं है बिल्कुल भी. Okay. Focus on rote learning. View examinations as learning experience. Isn't it? View examination, but increase the frequency can be because of एक की जगह दो भी हो गए. Alright. तो जिसने वो भी लिखा that is also correct. Okay. ऐसे तो A भी हो सकता है because it is introducing more subjects. तो B छोड़ के जिसने जो लिखा है सबका correct. Alright. Next one is, which key principle of good assessment emphasizes aligning assessments with competencies and learning outcomes? Yes, assessment should measure achievement of competencies. Next is, what is the purpose of formative assessments according to NCF? A. To provide ongoing feedback to improve the teaching and learning method. Next one. What type of assessment evaluates student learning at the end of a lesson or a logical period of teaching? B. Summative assessment. Next one. At which stage should assessment primarily rely on observation and not burden the child with explicit tests and examination? A. Foundational. Next one. Which stage emphasizes conceptual understanding and higher order capacities in assessment? Conceptual understanding and higher order capacities in assessment. It should be middle stage. Interdisciplinary that we say, isn't it? It is that kind of thing. But the correct answer is middle stage. Next one is, what type of assessment should be used at the secondary stage to record student learning against competencies? Which one? C. Secondary stage to record student learning against competencies. Depth कहाँ जाने? Motivating principles. Summative assessment. Wow, sir. Impressed? Great. Next one. What should assessments at the secondary stage focus on? B. Conceptual understanding and higher order capacity. Next one. What does NCF 2023 suggest for addressing student diversity in assessments? Yes, C. Accommodating students for performance at different levels. And level कौन से थे? Beginner, level 1, beginner, level 2 क्या था? जल्दी बोलिए। Progressive. Level 3, proficient. Level 4, 17 is B. Okay, 19th one. 18 is C. Already discussed. According to NCM 2023, what should assessments primarily measure? A. Competency and सबसे important word, learning outcome. And the last one is, at which stage should assessment be largely based on observation? Already we have a foundational stage. Okay, now let's talk about, did we learn anything? हम ये तो नहीं बोलेंगे कि somebody was good or bad. What will we say? किसी की learning level 1 थी, किसी की learning level 2 थी, किसी की learning level 3 थी, और कोई तो सब cross कर गया, learning was level 4. So my question is, how many of you fell in level 4 competency? Level 4, advanced. मतलब 15 से ऊपर किसका? 15 and more than that. That is level 4. Oh my Lord. Sir, what question? 15 yours also. Wow, let's give a big hand to sir. Advanced level. Level 3. 10 से लेंगे. Okay, more than 10. Okay, very good. Please clap for yourself. Very good. Okay. And level 2. Okay, ठीक है. And level 1 also many of you. Okay, all right. So our assessment is also done, and I would like to thank you all for being such a wonderful audience and listening to me for 5 hours. Yes, and I think it was more of interaction. The way you all. Yes, let's not get carried away with our papers. Yes. हाँ, अच्छा पहले कलेक्ट करा लेते हैं, एक बार कलेक्ट करके। I hope everybody has written their names. Sir, is it done? Has everybody given the paper? Please ensure that everybody submits it. Okay, dear colleagues, I really want to thank you today for taking out your precious time, and I hope it was a learning experience for both of us. For me, there was also lots of learning as we interacted, and it was such a wonderful audience. Thank you to all. I just pass it on to Suman ma'am for the further proceeding.
Thank you, ma'am. So with this, we came to the end of this 5 hours long workshop, started at 9 AM. जब सुबह मैंने मैम को इंट्रोड्यूस किया था तो मैम ने बोला था आई डोंट नो वेदर ऑल दोज वर्ड्स व्हिच वर सेड वाज करेक्ट और नॉट. तो अभी मुझे लगता है 5 घंटे के सेशन के बाद आप सब मेरी बातों से सहमत हैं. धन्यवाद, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. इस सेशन के बाद आप अपने सुझाव और फीडबैक हम वेलकम करते हैं. We really appreciate your feedback and any suggestions, any one of you. Thank you so much, sir. Wonderful audience.
Good afternoon, everyone. Once again, already the session was started with beauty with intelligence. the medal proved the madam LHS is equal to RHS. Although we used to get the 50 hours training, out of that 25 hours training from the in-house training, the way madam expressed and given the presentation, it was really indeed very good. Because in Sunday, probably the teachers used to speak that Sunday भी जाना है, the people feel very much headache. But once if you are happy after the 5 hours also, the credit goes to the resource person. Of course, we learned a lot, the number of things that we need to implement, because the better part is there, the vital part is there of the teachers. Whatever be the training is given at the different arena or places, the major concern are the teachers, and we need to take, if even the 10% of this one, it will be a grand success. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We look forward for more suggestions and feedback. Your suggestions are highly appreciated. अगर आप नहीं आएंगे तो फिर मैं माइक दे दूंगी लेक्चर के.
Good afternoon to all of you. There is a English proverb, a Sunday school teacher, and it means a person who attends even school on Sundays, they are considered to be a fool. But today ma'am has just clarified that it is not like that. She had changed the proverb, and really this credit goes to ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, sir. Language is not a barrier. भाषा कोई भी बाधा नहीं है. आप जिस भी लैंग्वेज में आके बोलना चाहते हैं, प्लीज आइए और अपने व्यूज शेयर करिए. थैंक यू सो मच मैम. गुड आफ्टरनून मैम. मैं हिंदी में ही बोल रही हूँ. इसके पहले नेक्स्ट का यहाँ हम लोगों का मीटिंग हुआ था मैम. आपने हम लोगों को लीड किया था. मैं आई थी. इतना अच्छा लगा था. आपने इतने अच्छे तरीके से उस समय भी आपने समझाया. आज 5 घंटे कैसे बीत गए हमें पता ही नहीं लगा. और ऐसे के बारे में आपने जिस तरह से बताया मैम, सब कुछ एकदम हम लोग को दिमाग में क्लियर हो गया. सबसे बड़ी बात लास्ट में आपने जो समझाया मैम, हर प्रतिकूल परिस्थितियां, बहुत सारी परिस्थितियां हमारे साथ होती हैं, और प्रतिकूल परिस्थितियां जब आती हैं तो हम लोग घबरा जाते हैं. आपने ये सिखाया, आपने बताया, और हम शायद बच्चों को भी समझाएंगे कि प्रतिकूल परिस्थितियों में ना घबराना नहीं है हमें मैम, उसको डट के मुकाबला करके आगे बढ़ना है, और बच्चों को भी ये समझाना है. थैंक यू मैम. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद मैम. सर प्लीज.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. As already ma'am has said, brain with beauty, or beauty with brain. It's obvious. मनीषा मैम ने जिस तरीके से आज के सेशन को कंडक्ट किया, इट्स वंडरफुल. आई डोंट थिंक कि किन्हीं को भी एनसीएफ को लेकर अब कोई परेशानी होगी समझने में. एनसीएफ जब हमारे पास भी इसका एक पीडीएफ आया था, तो आई थिंक इट इज मोर देन 200 पेजेस. 600 more than 600 है, और more than 600 पेजेस को इन्होंने मैम ने जितने सरलता के साथ हमारे बीच रखा. दैट्स वंडरफुल. अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट, she is still engaged in the board examination. She is the center superintendent. पूरी तरीके से स्कूल में काम करेंगे, इंगेज है. उसके बावजूद भी ये सेशन इन्होंने इतने ब्यूटीफुली कंडक्ट किया. हैट्स ऑफ टू मैम, एंड थैंक यू फॉर कंडक्टिंग दिस ब्यूटीफुल सेशन. थैंक यू.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, fine. Thank you. So, on behalf of all of you, I express my heartfelt gratitude to Mrs. Manisha Sharma, today's resource person, for the wonderful session. So, once again, we can give a huge round of applause to ma'am. Few information.
Dear teachers, just after this, we all have to assemble in Ashwaghosh Arena, that is our auditorium place, for the group photography. हम सभी अभी डायरेक्ट वहाँ जाके ग्रुप फोटोग्राफी के लिए एकत्रित होंगे. उसके बाद we can move for lunch. Thank you so much.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you everyone.
For the signature, that's very important.
Please put the signature
From one side,
and then we move downstairs for the photography.
दो बार.
Twice.
अच्छा देखो देखो बस. अब
Sent your. Both of us actually. I have sent her side. नीचे भले आप लोग
कोई तो लड़का भेज देंगे ना.
इसको भेज देंगे किसके लिए हटाएगा. अच्छा सब अरीना
तो सर needed may proceed for the
for the panel photography.
all together. Come together.